Okay, we are live, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. Another edition of the REMINGTOM podcast. And make no mistake, it looked like it was going to be a little bit of a slow sports night tonight. The college basketball, there's just no top 25 teams. The college football season, of course, we're in that spot before we hit the bowl games. And the NBA, I mean, these are just boring old regular season games without the NBA Cup. These games mean nothing. These are actually the most meaningless games. I don't know if there is extra meaningless because the NBA Cup, those games are so meaningful and they're going on at the same time. So even though they're normal regular season games, they're like the importance is definitely made to seem so much less. Because I mean the NBA Cup is so fantastic, right? All these teams are trying their best to try to win this thing, but plus like the Pacers are playing, the Wolves are playing. Not those are bad teams, of course, but you know how it is, folks. It was like, is the league really just going to ban us from watching all these teams because of the blackout restrictions that are on right now? But we were stuck with Cavs Wizards. And what do you know, folks? The Wizards are going toe-to-toe with the Cavs right now. It just is what it is. The first quarter, there's about 30 seconds left, and the Cavs have tied it up. So make no mistake, the first quarter could have been it. I mean, that would make sense for the Wizards. But Poole's going to get the last shot here. I mean, is this going to be a vibes check? This is a heat check and a vibes check. If he makes this, it's good luck for the rest of the team. He passed it. That is a good vibes check. Okay, was that Koulibaly that missed the three? You know we haven't been tapped in on a bunch of Wizards this year, chat. It just is what it is. So maybe that's just, karma telling us the universe. It's just focusing us on watching the Wizards. There's nothing really happening, so we'll catch up on Washington while we can. But, yeah, Koulibaly, Poole. They also showed the injury report for this game, and Saddiq Bey is on the Wizards. I mean, be honest, people. Did you know Saddiq Bey was on the Wizards? How do you have Kyle Kuzma and Saddiq Bey and be bad, people? How are the Wizards bad? Bey, Kuzma, Poole, Koulibaly. But Koulibaly now, it's the braids. Unfortunately, not able to get that three to go. But again, Poole moving the ball. You love to see it. But anytime Poole passes, it's a good move. It's a good move. Is that what you want if you're supposed to be like a shot maker like Jordan Poole? Because make no mistake, like, even if... And, I mean, Poole has had moments as well, too, like back on Golden State where off the bench and at the peak of his powers where he could play make and could get other guys involved. Like, it's not absent of his game. Wow, also the Lion King trailer with the animals jumping out of the widescreen. This is crazy, but even on the laptop. Whoa, the birds? Look at that, chat. If the whole movie is like that, that would, I'm not going to lie, that'd be a little too much. But, what were we saying about the Wizards, chat? It doesn't even matter. It's literally the Wizards. They have 2 wins. Nothing matters with the Wizards until they get Cooper Flag. But for Poole, anyways, he had those moments where he could run the offense. But even, he's still a scorer, still a guy that at the best version of himself is he's creating buckets for himself. And if that's the case and that's the style of your game, if the number one thing that they say is you should pass the ball, maybe that's just something about your shot making abilities. Because, I mean, make no mistake, like, wow, we can't just start throwing out legendary names, but, they're a great play to compare to Jordan Poole, but there are great players that took a lot of shots that, even though we said to pass the ball, it was like, at the end of the day, it's like, who is he passing to? You still want your guy to take the shots. But speaking of NBA Legends, chat, the first piece of news that really got us excited that we saw was Kevin Garnett is now a Michigan Wolverine. And he, I guess Kevin Garnett never actually went to college. I don't think... Does he have any kind of degree? I don't know if Kevin Garnett has any kind of degree, but his daughter just committed to play volleyball at the University of Michigan. So make no mistake, chat, the Garnett genes, I mean, the athleticism, the IQ, I'm sure it's all off the charts, but I mean, volleyball, it makes sense. I'm excited. I don't know. We didn't go on the 24/7 sports and look at the volleyball prospect player rankings. Maybe we should... Did we just uncover something that maybe we should start looking at? Is there a website that has these recruits? I guess that's crazy, chat. IT, cut that out. But we got Kevin Garnett's daughter going to play college volleyball at the University of Michigan. So the fact that Kevin Garnett never actually went to college, he's like this college free agent and has no real loyalty, has no rooting interest in any school. I don't think we seen Kevin Garnett at the sideline of any games. I don't know if we've seen. What is the Garnett family tree like, chat? I don't know. Does he have any other kids that would have played college sports, made commits? Let's see here. Does Wikipedia have the family on here, chat? I don't think it does. Let's see. It's got brother, sister, all that stuff, but oh, and Michigan was a front runner in Garnett's recruitment out of high school anyways. Wow. So there we go. It should have happened. It should have happened, chat. It makes sense. But Garnett himself has stated that he would likely have attended Michigan, influenced by an appreciation of the Fab Five and Chris Webber in particular. And yeah, I guess Garnett is, of course, kind of like, well, he's not necessarily he's not Chris Webber 2.0 necessarily. That's no disrespect to either guy, not shorting either of their talent. That's just saying, like, we know the basketball talent for both of those guys was as peak as you can get. So regardless of how the careers turned out, like, the skill sets were similar anyways, and I think the upside, high level talent, even if you make the case either way, like, I mean, peak Chris Webber, you're telling me peak Chris Webber versus peak Kevin Garnett, you wouldn't be surprised if 1-on-1 or 5-on-5, average teammates, that they wouldn't split it in a series either way. Best of 10, they go 5-5. Best of 7, best of 6, they go 3-3. Who knows how it goes, but it finally happens. Kevin Garnett will be rocking the University of Michigan gear. It'll be good to see. Can we make up like some fake Garnett jerseys? I guess what would we have done, chat? Because number 5, of course, kind of already taken from the University of Michigan basketball standpoint. From, like, I guess, not that you couldn't double dip with some of the legends, I guess, but I don't know what number he would have picked. What number did Garnett wear in high school? Was he number 5 in high school as well? Because the Kobe was 33 in high school, right? We should know, chat, that high school jersey is low-key pretty popular. Not even low-key. I think it's actually popular. Is it hard to get, chat? I guess if you get like a real one, however that would be. But are you guys like super open to getting those like fake, like DH Gate $10? I don't know. Does Temu have jerseys? Like those kind of sites? Do you think it's a good idea? Is this a picture of Garnett in high school with the Michigan t-shirt? Wow. Let's see if we can get this up, chat. Make no mistake, Kevin Garnett playing at Michigan. I wonder what the team would have looked like. We'll look that up next. What would the overlap have been as well too? Because I mean, I guess, late 90s to early 90s, he probably would have missed it. I mean, if he would have been in line with the Fab Five, he probably would have just committed it. It would have been the Fab Six. Kevin Garnett would have also been there. And then what happens? Would Kevin Garnett have called a timeout, chat? Yikes. Shout out the Fab Five. No regrets as a Michigan fan whatsoever. I mean, of course, we weren't living the days. We've only experienced the team through documentaries and 30 for 30s and, stats, basketball reference. But just the emotional attachment to a Michigan team. It's not like you look back at that and go, you have hard feelings for necessarily what that team accomplished. But look at this, chat. Kevin Garnett. I don't know what the scenario is here, but yeah, obviously he's not on the University of Michigan. It's the University of Michigan basketball team. This is not the University of Michigan arena either. Target Center or whatever. Probably not Target Center, but he played in Minnesota. Minnesota is now, or at least was a couple years ago. I guess I don't know if they've updated the naming rights recently, but shout out. Glad to see that, once again, Michigan, a premier school for all-around athletics, not just necessarily, the big sports, football, basketball. It's also everything, chat. Academics, in the textbooks, chat, it's all the Michigan. Are we Michigan Glazers, chat? I don't, call it what it is. We also just look at the surveys. We look at the things that the Michigan Instagram posts about the school, saying that they're number one in all the surveys. We do see those. So, in our minds, yeah, Michigan, good school. Maybe one day, chat, online, should we start saving? Who knows? It's still 31-30, the Wizards, chat. And did we say no Mobley already? I think we did mention that, because we were talking about the injury report a second ago. But still, I mean, it's the Wizards, and it's not like, with as good as Mobley has been, the team is still. Is it still Mitchell's team, Chad? It's still Mitchell's team. Mitchell's still the biggest star on the team, anyways, and still leading the team in scoring, and still in the fourth quarter. If there's a guy that can, at the end of the day, call his own number, Mitchell can make executive orders on this team. It seems like a little bit. I don't know. At least in game is what we're saying. I guess I don't know if front office dynamics and all that stuff is. If you had to really start choosing, if you had a civil war breakout between Mobley and Mitchell, I think what side the Cleveland front office would probably fall on. But on the court in a basketball game anyways, Mitchell, make no mistake, he will be taking the shots at the end of the game. And they're just getting to the rim, chat. I mean, Mobley's defense is missed. Allen is not out on the court right now. So is the 5 Niang? Or is it Dean Wade? I think it depends on how you want to look at the center. Is Niang a better small ball 5 and Wade's sort of a stretch 4? Niang, though, is it small ball, though, chat? It's always been funny that they call it small. I guess it's more like short ball than it is small ball. Maybe is short ball like two? Is that like, whoa, okay, what are we doing? Are those fighting words in the NBA chat? But, it's not like it's not like the guys that they sub in at the center position couldn't, they are still able to hold up, which makes the small ball 5 special. But, even the teams that try it with guys that can't, if you're running Niang at the 5, Niang will, pause, bang around with some guys down low. Pause. Do we need a pause flashy thing on the screen, chat? Sometimes they get out of hand. That's, it is what it is. But Niang will fight for a rebound. Make no mistake. Niang will box a guy out. Yeah, see, sometimes the pauses just get too crazy. I can't help it. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you, people. It is what it is. But Johnny Davis is in the game. A Johnny Davis alert, chat. Who would have guessed we had a Johnny Davis sighting? I mean, has Johnny Davis been in the rotation for the Wizards this year? Do we need to do a Johnny Davis corner real quick? I think it's time for the new tradition, the end of the year, chat. The Johnny Davis update. Shout out. Because there are some guys that, even though it's not like, we're super emotional invested in Johnny Davis. It's not like we had, all the draft stock and all that stuff or whatever. You know, I don't think our big board would have been, I don't think he would have been a super big fan of it. But there are some guys as well, too, when they get drafted, you just go the spot at which they got drafted, like the actual pick number, and then the team that they go to, and then the type of player that they are. You just go, oh, all of these things combined. This is some, you can just tell right away, this is probably not going to work out. Like, I don't know how the teams don't just look at the name and go, yeah, that's probably just not the guy for us. But I don't know if Johnny Davis is what the Wizards necessarily needed when they took him. 95 games since he's been in the league, chat. This will be his 3rd year. Whoa, Johnny Davis is 50% from the field? Now, make no mistake, he's shooting about 1 for 2 per game. It's like 1 1/3 to 2.5-ish. But 3 points. But that's up, chat. That's up a little bit. Pause. He was 38 and 40% the last 2 years. 17 games played. 8 minutes a game. So maybe that's all Johnny Davis needed was just a little, just streamline Johnny Davis's minutes. Make sure we improve the efficiency. But tonight, we'll see if maybe he's going to use up his 8 minutes this early, chat. We're only 7 minutes left into the second, so time is running short for the Johnny Davis run. Actually, it might have already ran out, chat. I think they subbed him out. How do you play 8 minutes a game? I guess you're probably not. Should we just look at the game log? You've got to be like playing some games, playing not. Nobody's just playing a guy 8 minutes a game. Right, chat? Am I crazy? Unless you're Steve Kerr or something. He's had he's had 4 of his 17 games in double digits. So I guess he is kind of actually pretty consistent in that 6 to 8 minute range. How many guys in the league are getting 8 minutes a game? That just seems like, I don't know. And maybe some of these teams as well too, like the Wizards, you throw Johnny Davis out there for a start just to see if he's maybe, just in case Johnny Davis is cooking that night for some reason. You have all this young talent. You're not really going anywhere. Like, you're going to throw some guys at the wall every now and then. Again, just to see if something happens on a random night. But otherwise, what are you doing? And I mean, 2 shots in like 8 minutes. I mean, that's not, I guess, crazy volume, but he's getting that's, he's putting him up for sure. He's making sure he's getting in the mix. Johnny Davis is not afraid to hoist. He's at 11 shots a game per 36. So at 50%, only 33% from 3 would be 3 attempts per 36 minutes. So he'd be at 13 a game. 13 points, 6 rebounds. I guess for a guy that's, maybe a tad undersized as well. I guess the league's just getting taller. He is 6'5", so. I mean, make no mistake, 6'5", that's like perfect old school shooting guard. Johnny Davis would have been great back, and I know I feel like people actually said that back during the draft, but I mean, Johnny Davis would have been he would have been a perfect old school shooting guard for sure. Maybe even in like 2000. But then, what is really the difference, chat? It's how you play the game, but at the end of the day, like, you still got to make the shots, right? Whoa, Jared Allen! The dunk, not able to get it to go, but did he get it to go? And did it just spin out of the, spin up out of the rim? Oh, no, yeah. Didn't quite get it, but man, soaring in over the top. I don't even know who was that on, chat. Is that Garrett Temple? Is Garrett Temple still in the league? I thought it was going to be Coach Garrett Temple. He was talking about it. GM. I thought there was talks of a potential. Oh, is that Gil? Just Gil. Shout out our boy Gil over there trying to go vertical. Is that a pause, chat, on Jared Allen? Yeah, I think that is. That's actually maybe kind of crazy. Sar, make no mistake. Sar's not getting anywhere near him. Sar won't challenge that. Is that? Oh, no. The Koulibaly's rocking the headband still. Wait, so who was putting up that 3 earlier? Chat, it's Wizards. It's just Wizards catch-up time. It wasn't Champagny. Was it Carrington? Am I an idiot? Do I need to... Did I miss it, chat? I guess Carrington's only hit... No, Carrington's 0 for 2. Johnny Davis has 5 shots in 9 minutes? Yeah, Johnny Davis is playing tonight, chat. Johnny Davis came to play. Make no mistake, he's 1 for 5, but Johnny Davis is trying to make sure the Wizards stay in this game against the Cleveland Cavaliers. I mean, he's eyeing Donovan Mitchell. Is Donovan Mitchell kind of like peak Johnny Davis? Is peak Johnny Davis just another Donovan Mitchell? Is Johnny Davis look at Mitchell and, you know, try to steal from his game at all? I mean, he obviously should. Of course, Mitchell, all NBA level player. Would not be a bad goal for Johnny Davis to set for himself, but play style wise. Now, again, the problem with Mitchell is if Mitchell wasn't as effective of a shot maker as he is, it might not be as, you know, the most attractive, best player on the team type ordeal. And I don't know if Mitchell's actual numbers, is his 3-point shooting still? Yeah, so he's 40% right now from 3 at 9 a game. So it just shows you how close these numbers can be sometimes, chat. But look at this last year. He was 3.3 makes out of 9 attempts last year. That's 37%, which is still pretty good. But, you know, it's like nobody's patting you necessarily on the back for a 37% shooting season. I guess Harden at that volume, though, and especially with the shots that he takes. I mean, again, for Mitchell, that's still, like, you'll definitely take Donovan Mitchell at a 37% season. Like, you're not going to complain about that. But this year, he's 3.8 on 9.1. So he's basically making half a shot more per game. And that puts him up to 41%. So again, half a shot more per game. He's producing 1.5 points more for 3 per game. He is down from the line, though, and overall. He's only 3 attempts, 3.7, so 4-ish attempts from the line. He was about 6 last year. And he wasn't even on All-NBA last year. He was on All-NBA 2 seasons ago. Yeah, he was 48 and 38 a couple of seasons ago. So I feel like that year he was 40% for a good chunk of that as well. The Utah season, 2021, he played 53 games. He was only 43% from the field, but he was 38% from 3. So, you know, Donovan Mitchell's still at least getting it from the perimeter anyways. But it's, I mean, obviously the 3-point percentage is just up. But, again, just with his difficulty, I mean, make no mistake, he's still taking the same shot. So it is, I mean, I guess you can kind of sense that a little bit because I feel like we've watched quite a bit of the Cavs now through the first, you know, third of the season. And, you know, every other game or so, there's a fourth quarter shot where he's just pick and roll, got the big switched, dribbling right into the big's face, pulling up from 3, burying it no problem. So, I mean, that clutchness as well, too, I think, has helped power this Cavs team. Can we get a little, like, quarter splits breakdown on Mitchell? What's his fourth quarter shooting percentage? From 3. The problem is it's the whole quarter. I guess we could look up his shooting in the clutch and just look at those last 5 minutes. Is that in his advanced splits? Is that shooting? I thought this would be easier to find on Basketball Reference, but apparently they don't have the quarter splits. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's in the shooting. So, yeah, for the fourth quarter this year, he's 46% from 3. He's 33% in the third, so he's making up for it. He's making up for a lot of his work in the fourth, but make no mistake, you'll take that. Just in general, with less than 3 minutes to go in the quarter, so I guess this includes first, second, and third, but just at the end of quarters, he's 41%. So he's just hitting big shots in big moments, being clutch. You love to see it. And him going toe-to-toe with the Celtics as well, too, is part of the reason. I mean, obviously, and him as the best player is going to encourage you. But again, their reliance on him, like if he goes cold in the playoffs, the team is done. And I guess that does go to Mitchell's MVP case as well, too, that, it's his play style, but the team, outside of what Garland could do if he was cooking. I guess Sam Morril from three. Could they run the offense through Sam Morril? I think they could, chat. In an old school Kyle Korver kind of way. Get him moving around. Nobody runs as fast off a screen as that, like, previous, even like that previous area, chat. Like, JJ Redick kind of just got out of the league. I know he has been on ESPN for a while. Or maybe not, Chad. He was not there that long. When was his last season? 2021? JJ Redick played his last game in 2021. I feel like Korver would have been around the same time as well, too. 2020, okay. I didn't know if Korver just was on the bench for like a couple of seasons randomly. I mean, I guess, make no mistake, he was, but even a couple more that I forgot about. Played to 38. He was 41% from three at 38 years old, 4 attempts a game. I mean, couldn't he have played to 40, chat? Does he wish he would have? Maybe we don't want to start bringing up Kyle Korver regrets. It's not Kyle Korver regret corner, but again, even within, these guys have played within the last 5 years, so it's not like we're that far removed from this portion of NBA history, but a lot of the three-pointers now, of course, are stationary and are kind of like that swing around the perimeter. So I guess, yeah, the guy would be stationary, but also off the dribble as well, too, is that what I meant to pivot to. And, like we were saying with Mitchell, that sort of ISO stuff, that pick and roll, you get the switch, that pick and roll, dribble into a three. So you don't have the guy running full speed off the pin down. When was the last time that we saw a team like run the elevator door set, chat? I mean, that one might go like way back. But again, just that type of guy. That guy that full speed, stop on a dime, fire a three. JJ Redick and Kyle Korver, chat? But even like J.R. Smith, you could use him in that kind of way. Pause. So Sam Morril, the last of I guess not the last of a dying breed, but from what's the right way to put it, chat? Again, not even from a previous generation, but I guess maybe in basketball terms, you do get your cycles every 4 to 5 years, so. But is that a basketball generation, chat? A basketball generation's like a set of careers, I feel like. And now the problem is LeBron, his career has actually spanned multiple generations, but I guess, is this just the longest basketball generation ever because of LeBron? Who knows what all LeBron is responsible for, chat, but Sarr getting the dunk. Is Sarr up next? Is Sarr the next basketball generation guy? This will be the era of Sarr. Alex Sarr. Alex the Great? When do we get to give him that nickname? What does his stat line have to be for us to give him the Alex the Great? Have we had a great Alex basketball player? I guess Alex Caruso? Alex English? Did anybody call Alex English Alex the Great? I was going to say, could we just call him Alexander Hamilton? But that's not even just a nickname. That's just some other guy's name. Oh, Alex Len? He might have to put up a couple more points. Alex English, the Blade? Whoa. The Blade, chat. That's pretty sick. Basketball Hall of Fame, 1997. One of the guys, shout out. We love Alex English. I'd get an Alex English jersey for sure. One of the... You hate to say Forgotten Stars because... you hate to admit that kind of thing is real. But, you know, again, just how many guys get brought up throughout NBA history? Alex English. Nobody remembers the 1980s Alex English run. And this would have been before the Blade movies came out, right, chat? So I guess he wasn't the Blade. Like, he wasn't... People weren't making a Wesley Snipes comp to Alex English. I don't think... Yeah, looking at Basketball Reference, I don't think... Maybe it would have to be a play style thing. It wouldn't be, you know, a lookalike. I don't know what the celebrity lookalike for Alex English would be, chat. But if he was playing in the 90s after Blade, you could just name him Blade, and that would be pretty sick anyways. But they also have Flick on here as a nickname, so who knows what that means, chat. Alex English. Having a good time on the side, I guess. But I guess when did the Blade comics, though? We're idiots, chat. Comic people, don't get mad at us. We forget that all of these characters started on the page. They were not actually movies first. Wesley Snipes was not the original Blade. There was a guy that somebody drew. First appearance, The Tomb of Dracula number 10, July 1973. So he could have been the Blade after Blade. It is possible, I guess. It's very possible. 10 years in, for sure. Well, when did English get drafted? Because he had a good career for sure, but definitely emerged sort of in the 80s. Okay, drafted in 76. Yeah, put up 5 points, 9 points. Then 16, 17, 23, and then made All-NBA in 81, 82 at 28 years old for the first time with 25 points a game, and was in the All-Star mix basically from 81 to 88. Those years there. But was Alex English named after the Blade, chat? But anyways, is that the best Alex? Not Alex the Great. Nikhil Alexander Walker. I guess Shea Gilgeous Alexander, maybe? I think we're reaching. Alexis Agencia, shout out. Oh, we got Alex Groza as a coach. Is he a Hall of Famer? I think he... No, not a Hall of Famer. Just a guy we'd know for some reason. Coached. Why do we know this guy's name? I don't know. Maybe just Luka Garza. It sounds familiar. Something about Alex Groza sounds familiar. Past life chat, maybe? Reincarnated? GNX, still in rotation, of course. But, as we've ranted about Alexander the Great, the Cavs have proceeded to put a little bit of a lead up on the Wizards. Oh, look at Mitchell with the spin back on Sarr. Sarr's lost. Yikes, chat. Sarr was looking the other way. Hopefully he was just playing for the rebound and not trying to locate Mitchell on the drive. Because make no mistake, Mitchell was not driving anymore. Here's a little fadeaway jump shot. Jared Butler's getting minutes. Shout out the former Baylor national champion. I mean, the Wizards are ready to go to college. Make no mistake. The NIL money between Jared Butler and Johnny Davis? Jordan Poole? I mean, this team would definitely... That's a March Madness team, chat. This team is ready to win in March Madness. Oh, should we see if... We should probably make sure that if Sam wanted to hop in, he could. Seeing as how he is the star of the show, people. We've got to make sure the main character shows up. But we'll see. Makes no mistake, chat. The holiday season, now that Sam is, you know, a lockdown man, becomes busy in a different type of way, chat? Do we have to pause that? I don't know. But, you know, you just get roped into doing all kinds of other... I guess it's roped in. We're not speaking for him. That's just the way we phrased it. You know, you get to do a lot of the other fun stuff as well, too. Should we open up the phone lines one of these times, chat? So we could actually get callers? Or do we have to open up phones to all these different people? All these different states? I don't know. We'll have to see if IT can figure out how to get the phones working. Maybe we'll get some phones going, chat. Who knows? Well, speaking of phones, why am I getting a call? But either way, did we mention we also had Pacers Sixers on in the background? And Embiid was playing as well. Oh, look at that, the Wizards. Okay, the Wizards brought it back a little bit. It wasn't quite get out of control territory. And this is in Cleveland. So, again, even without Mobley, is playing the Wizards home court advantage is like not having Mobley. Like, it cancels out. But it's 54-57. Going into half for that one. Indiana, Philly not having as much luck as the Wizards. I think that might be true on the season as well. They are down 11. And yeah, and like we were saying, Embiid was out there for a second. I think everything that has happened with the Sixers season, stereotypically, is happening again tonight. But didn't look like he was out there at the end of the half. So make no mistake, that's the smaller screen game, chat. That is the game that we were not paying attention to for a second. But Embiid, nowhere to be seen. Actually, should we check just in case he's not putting up like a 15 and 10 first half? Embiid just fully back. I feel like he's gotten Miles Turner a couple of times. Okay, yeah, look at Embiid's got 12 points tonight, chat. I take it back. Embiid has arrived. Embiid's here. Welcome to the 2024-2025 season, Joel Embiid. It's good to see you. The Sixers are 7-15. The morale has never been worse. You're probably going to get traded. Maury's going to get fired, but it took about 25-ish games. And finally Embiid was like, okay, I'll ball out. What's the best Embiid game season for the year, chat? And shout out Embiid again. You know, it's ups and downs. It is had his own problems to deal with, other than just lack of interest. But I guess we only have 5 games to choose from here, chat. Let's see what we've got for the Embiid season. Okay. Of the 5 games, the 35 against Memphis, 10 of 21 from the field, 1 of 5 from the free throw line. I guess 35 and 31 in the last game against Charlotte too, chat. So back-to-back games with 30, even though there's like almost 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks separating them. Maybe not quite, but, you know, man has his time off, make no mistake. But with 12 in the first half, he's pacing again tonight to get in the mix. Oh, a little skills challenge at halftime. You love to see it. The fans at halftime putting in more effort in the skills challenge than the NBA players at All-Star Weekend, and make no mistake, this kid's still not really trying that hard. Cool, calm, collected all the way through. It's a beatable time, make no mistake. I don't know what he put up, but I can't imagine it's not a beatable time. But yeah, what a crazy start to the season. What were we on pace for, chat? 14 a game, 32% from the field, 15% from 3. Yikes for Embiid, chat. Oh, geez. Where did the... Oh, there we are. Okay. Embiid at 6 rebounds as well, too. A block a game. Minus 12 on the box score. I guess was this Miami loss, did this inflate the numbers? Minus 22? But a plus 7 and a plus 16 as well tonight. So I guess everybody's in the minus right now for Philly. Down 11. McCain with 5. 2 of 4 from the field. Yabusele. Yabusele needs to make a shot. He's 0 for 2. He has hit both of his free throws, though, so, you know, you'll take the free ones, I guess. But, let's see here, chat. We need to pause for a second before, make the mistake. We've got a bunch of old guys to talk about tonight, chat. The old guys have been in the headlines. We're not talking politics this time, chat. It's rare that we dip in. Make no mistake. It was an election year, so things get ramped up. But old guys are making moves right now, chat. Dr. Dre and Snoop are back. Belichik is back. Jimmy Butler is making... I don't know. He might be making moves. We'll see what happens. His agent... I guess we're not even taking a break. I just need to take a quick pause. But make no mistake. The old guys are on the move, people. We need to keep a lookout. Testing, testing. Oh, there we go. Sorry, chat. I'm actually back now. Okay, Jesus, chat. My bad. Rambling on about the Snoop and Dr. Dre album. Here we go, chat. The follow-up to Snoop's debut from was it 93? Was that Scooby-Doo, chat? It's just Dog Day on the pod. Let's see here, chat. Oh, geez. Snoop has more albums than we thought. Oh, we're still on. Oh, no, we're still on the game. We were also rambling about the game. Make the mistake. We'll get you back in the mix, even though we were on mute, chat. Yeah, when did Doggy Style drop? 93. Yeah, so 30 years later, chat, we get Missionary, the follow-up album. But like we were saying, we were going to go back into the Snoop album. And why we were bringing up the game is because we were talking about he's the type of guy where he's got some of these songs where there's these massive hits like How We Do, and people these songs get played. People just know these songs. And that album as well, too, because it had a couple of those smash hits, people probably go back to that album. But then there's those people that, and there's, the small group of people as well, too, that'll go back and play all the discography as well, too, for some of these guys. Obviously, there are some guys where, Drake, Travis, Tyler, Kendrick, the discography is just being played. But maybe for Snoop now we actually have to go back and do the run because, I mean, make no mistake, like we made sure to have Doggy Style in the rotation as it is a classic album. And, obviously iconic songs as well, too. I mean, Gin and Juice, chat, Lottie Dottie. What's My Name? I mean, come on, chat. Iconic G-Funk vibes. And I guess the Dogfather 96, I mean, we probably should have listened to that one by now. Paid the Cost to Be the Boss. I feel like we should play this one as well, too. Yeah, this has got the Pharrell Williams collab on it. I guess it's got a couple of Pharrell collabs, but Beautiful with Charlie Wilson. Is this a Kanye produced as well, too? Oh, no, I guess just straight up the Neptunes, so. Yeah, that song has been in rotation. Did we get that, like, on a Spotify playlist or something? I guess I don't know how we got that song out of this album and not play this whole album. It had to have been that, but that album, Rhythm and Gangsta, the masterpiece, I feel like that one needs a listen as well, too. So there are a couple, I think, for the Snoop people, a couple more albums as well, too, that fit into this. Like, if you were doing the sort of refined Snoop timeline, like, would you throw all these albums into the mix? Like, for the real Snoop Dogg fans out there, are these the albums that... Are all of these albums the albums that you go, yeah, this is our guy? Not to say that you would discredit any of this album. I'm just saying, like, are the Kanye people, are we gonna start claiming like the Vultures albums in the Kanye discography? It's gonna be like, a collab album. It's one of those things. But Drake did a collab with 21 Savage. It's one of his more consistent projects, especially for recent history. So I mean, the Drake people are definitely gonna claim that one as well too. So if you're for the Snoop Dogg people out there, that's what I'm wondering. What are you picking and choosing, chat, for like the actual must-listen Snoop iconic runs? And not to say that we would want to skip all these albums, chat, but you have to buy like a few vinyls, like what's the Snoop Essential Collection from an album standpoint. Like, I think it is the ones that we mentioned, but I guess all this run, maybe just this run from 93 to 03, maybe these first 10 years we need to be locked in on. The No Limit, Top Dog, and The Last Meal as well, too. I feel like we haven't heard a lot of people bring up The Last Meal as a Snoop Dogg album, but No Limit, Top Dog, I feel like... Again, it's that thing, like, I can't recall a time where anybody's ever mentioned this, but I just feel like it's been brought up in a conversation that we've been a part of or overheard or something. Like, somehow that has gotten to our ears, that album title, at some point. But The Last Meal apparently has not had that kind of legs. and not made it. So maybe it's time for a Snoop run, chat. Make no mistake, Snoop is just going to be in my top 5 artists for next year because we know that January just sets the tone. And I've listened to this album 3 times a day already, just going through it. But it is definitely worth the listen as well. And like we said, I don't have the Snoop discography to necessarily compare this to outside of that original project. But just comparing it to other stuff that has been dropped this year as well. And like we were saying, I know we were saving the album of the year list for when this dropped, just in case. You never know. Dr. Dre and Snoop, could they have gotten in their bag one last time and really gone off with a project? And I think they did as well. I think they did. Like, I mean, you know, for comparing album quality, chat, like, let me go through the list, chat. Not to, like, just give up a ranking. So I'm not going to just go through this in, like, order the ranking, but just to pick out some and see what would be comparable. Like the Lil Tecca album versus the Snoop Dogg album. Like you go, okay, for streaming anyways, Lil Tecca, there's some transitions, there's a cohesiveness there. Obviously, you know, some of the modern production. But again, it's like the modern production for those people versus what Dre is going for his audience. Like, who's able to do it better? Like, I think Dre is having the production on this album is a lot of fun, and Snoop is having a ton of fun on this album as well too. Like, you know, I don't think we need to necessarily go to Genius for any of these songs and, you know, start breaking down what Snoop's saying. Maybe we do. We don't want to underrate Snoop, but, you know, I think if we were getting like a nerdy hip hop lyricist type ranking, like, I mean, Snoop would never be a guy that would just, you know, be in those kind of conversations. I'm not saying that he wouldn't be in our conversations. Make no mistake, people, going forward, if we ever get in a conversation where people are like, who are the best lyricists in hip hop? Nas, Jay-Z, Biggie, you know, Big Pun, like, you know, who knows what these people are going to start bringing up. Like, we're going to be like, what about Snoop, man? Snoop Dogg doesn't get his credit for the bars that Snoop Dogg drops. But, you know, he's again having a lot of fun with just really being back in that kind of old school braggadocious type bag. And over Dr. J's production, it's never gonna get old, except for, you know, maybe a couple of tracks, chat. But for, you go 16 tracks, what is the legs for this type of duo in 2024? Because I don't think that people could have I don't think people would have put it past them to, you know, the ability to cook up a couple of good songs for sure, chat. Like, you know, but the dynamic of having to put together like a whole project and what kind of through line and just, you know, how is it going to be as a complete listen is definitely a different type of thing. And when you have maybe a guy going in that sort of lane in the, you know, if it's not going to be a concept story type thing, and not that you need that again in every type of album, but it does also help with like a repetitiveness factor within the albums where you go, you know, if we're on song 12 of 16, 12 of 20, 12 of whatever, like maybe, I don't know if track 12 is just a bad track for the track list. Who knows? It's probably, what's the worst track number of all time track? Is there a science to it? I don't know if somebody needs to do the research on, you know, the best and worst track numbers in hip hop / music history. But, you know, you just go, is it going to be the type of project where you could go back to that project, or is this right away going to be something where, you know, yeah, it's going to be a fun listen in the moment. It's going to be fun to have Snoop and Dre back in our lives. And there may be a song or two that I'm going to pick out of the project is like, hey, actually, this might be something that I really, really go back to. But, you know, I think this really does have a full album replay value to it. Like like we were saying, chat, make no mistake, like there is a couple of tracks that we probably would have to warm up to. And I don't know if it would necessarily be on Dre as well or Snoop. Like, I'm trying to look through here. So, like, the first 5 songs I think are all playlist saves for me. I guess the first one is technically, kind of like an intro. It's not really. I guess if you need an interlude in your playlist for whatever. And make no mistake, chat, like, I've got the one playlist that's kind of got like everything in it. And there's some interludes in there because, make no mistake, there's some good interludes. And I'm not talking like a song called an interlude, but it's actually a song. But like, Something to Die For interlude, chat, from Pac, something like that. Like, it's just, especially if you're in like listening to, it's going to be like an hour or whatever. If you're listening to music for a while, there's nothing wrong with a little interlude in the mix. But those first 4 songs are definitely really solid. Hard Knocks, I think, is maybe a good for me than more like a great or amazing. But I definitely, I don't think it's not a skip for sure, and it's not. And I saved it right away. Like, again, if in an album replay situation, this is a great song to listen to. But Out of the Blue as well too is super fun and gorgeous as well with Janae Aiko, chat. Do we say the last name right? But we're never mad when she pops up on a song, and her hook on that song is great too. So that song is definitely going to be a replay song, and I believe this one was dropped as a single as well. But we were kind of saving it for the whole album. Just because, not that we wanted to doubt Snoop, but we just didn't know, chat. We didn't know also how serious Snoop was going to be. But there was rumblings that, Snoop and Dre were definitely locked in for this one. And I think it definitely shows. So you get to Last Dance with Mary Jane. You got Tom Petty and Jelly Roll on it. So maybe it's just you have to have Jelly Roll on a song. Just has to be like super sad. I don't know what the rules are. There's just like a certain emotional key that all of the songs that Jelly Roll appears in have to be on. I guess the only other one we're thinking of is on the Eminem album as well too. But so maybe Jelly Roll just did like a West Coast tour and just kept, Jelly Roll's just going from hood to hood, making all these guys cry out west. But that's that type of song we might have to warm up to a little bit for sure. But make no mistake, chat. Thank You, which follows that kind of right in the middle of the album, is maybe instant reaction. Again, this album just dropped overnight, so I know you guys have already been junking it a bunch and have your top 5 locked into place. But for our instant reactions, Thank You is probably the best song off of this album so far. It was the one that we definitely was like, oh, we might have to actually just replay that right away. That was kind of a fun vibe. And Pressure, the Sting verse is another one where maybe that just the type of song that they're going for. Maybe it's just not what we were looking for on a first replay. But the Method Man verse as well too was, he came in and crushed his part. Did a great job. But Skyscrapers was great. The 50 Cent, Eminem, Guns and Smoke appearances were super fun. And then the rest of the album as well too. I wouldn't necessarily skip anything after the Fire song. The Fire song, I don't know if I'd skip the Fire song right away either, because the beginning's kind of funny with them actually, I think, like, are they actually setting somebody on fire, chat? Make no mistake, that's what it sounds like. There's some muffled sort of, somebody like trying to yell through duct tape sort of ordeal, and then sounds like gasoline. I guess it could be a lot of things, chat, but sound like them pouring gasoline and there was like a fire situation. So YouTube, hopefully you don't take us down for that. It was just in the Dr. Dre album and we were just describing it. But they also had like this mini video attached with the album as well. In the video, the short film that they dropped with it might be one of the best things that has dropped out of the hip hop this year. It honestly might be the best non-beef related content that we got out of hip hop in 2024. I don't know if that's too crazy to exclaim right away, but make no mistake, the Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg short film is amazing. And I did watch it in the shower after getting off work. So make no mistake, the first half of the plot, I couldn't quite hear it over the noise. But after they go like onto the boat, what was before the boat, chat? Do we just need to rewatch the short film right now? Let me see, because it was like we can rewatch this short film real quick before the start of this Cavs Wizards game. We can sneak this in. Let me see if I can just skim through. I just need the quick cliff notes. Remind me of the plot of the Snoop Dre short film. I guess I thought at first they were like some kind of PI detective type ordeal, but no, definitely not doing that. Make no mistake, chat. I think they're going, as you expect, more the mobster route. But they're trying to constantly dispose of bodies throughout the video, which is pretty funny. In a funny way, chat. It's not morbid at all. But the reason that I guess I thought they were PIs is because, again, I couldn't quite hear what they were saying, but they kept like, they were doing like a Dexter ordeal. Like they were beating up bad people. Like they went and shot a guy that kidnapped a girl. Like somebody approached him and was like, can you find this person for me? And then there's this cut to this girl sitting in a car next to a guy. And all of a sudden, just through the window, you see the guy just started getting lit up with bullets. Dr. Dre just right on the other side of the windshield, just putting the patient to sleep. But then they also beat up like there's just an old guy just like in a room, just like hotel room, just like punching somebody in a wheelchair. It's like, man, Snoop and Dr. Dre. Who did they get to write this? Was this Tony Hinchcliffe writing the short film for Snoop and Dr. Dre? Who knows? How much you want to bet, chap? Sam didn't see the first link that I sent him. There's a good chance. I mean, make no mistake. The man is helicoptering in. The helicopter takes a second to warm up, so it could be a minute just in general. But make no mistake, the kid's known to miss an email a time or two. It's just what it is. But hopefully we don't get copyrighted for this Snoop and Dre video. I don't think we're playing it that loud. But we got NBA was trying to restrict us with some highlights we were showing. NBA, we're promoting the league. We're fans. Don't turn us against you, the NBA. Bodies in the freezer, chat. 50 Cent making an appearance. They find a body in the freezer and they pull off these M&M shoes, like some M&M Jordan 4s. And there's a 50 Cent coin in there. So that's like the 50 Cent Joker card is, of course, a 50 Cent. But I feel like the fact that we haven't seen that in a movie is kind of crazy, honestly. And if we got, maybe that's what the whole point of this is, chat. Are Snoop and Dr. Dre trying to make a movie? Are they trying to turn Missionary into a short film? Or a full-length feature film, a theatrical release for Missionary, chat? I guess about these two sort of vigilante justice mobster guys. Which makes no mistake, that sounds like an amazing plot. And this like sort of, I guess it's a nightclub chat, but it's kind of upscale. Everybody's sitting around having a good time. I mean, it's not that it's kind of upscale. It's just kind of a chill vibe. It really straddles the line between restaurant and nightclub. It's about as fine of a line as you can get. Maybe it turns over in a couple hours. I'm sure this group will turn it into a nightclub at some point. But right now, it's a little more... at the tables, it's club vibes, but it's not a dance club, I guess. Oh, the short way to put it's not a dance club. People are just sitting down. But the club that they have is pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. It needs to be in a movie. There's a freezer with bodies in it under the club. They're taking the bodies out into the middle of the river on this boat, and they just wrap them up in these bags and drop them with bricks into the bottom of the river. And then they drop the last couple bodies in at the end. And they band down to the bottom of the river when they float down there, and there's just all this whole bottom of the river is just filled with bags. It's like a Vegas desert, chat. It's the Vegas desert in the, I guess, are they in the bay? Are they out west? It's the Vegas River and this lake that have all the bodies. But the production value on this is crazy as well, too. Like, make no mistake, Snoop got the bag for the Olympics and made sure to upgrade the cameras for the missionary short film. He made sure to invest in some boom mics, and he got the set looking really good because this feels like a movie. This feels like a movie. What is Dr. Dre's acting credits? What's his biggest star role? Like, has he had? Is IMDb have him on here as Dr. Dre, or do we have to go? Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, because him and Snoop, of course, are in Training Day, but has he had like a starring role in something that I'm not thinking about? Make no mistake, the rappers. Oh, that's right. He's in Set It Off, too. I forgot about that, chat. Oh, well, I guess if we're forgetting the Set It Off plot in the cast, then I guess that means it's time to rewatch it. Vivica Fox, Jada Pinkett Smith, I'll be queuing you up later. Queen Latifah? Oh, man, I don't want to see... Spoiler alert, chat. I don't want to see Queen Latifah get the... Was it Did Snoop and Andre Young gun down Queen Latifah, too? Maybe they do it in Missionary, the full-length feature film. Maybe Missionary, the full-length feature film is Set It Off, too. Whoa! Set It Off the next one, chat. Could they do another Set It Off? And Andre, can they bring back Queen Latifah for it? I guess that would be kind of a crazy move. I guess, unfortunately, maybe in the Set It Off franchise, Queen Latifah. So I guess if we want a Queen Latifah, Andre Young, a second crossover, it might not be in, unless Set It Off 2 is some kind of prequel. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Apparently, they're still workshopping the ideas, so we have time. But let's see here. The man, make no mistake, the man's been in a ton of music videos, as you would expect. And maybe does the short film become the thing? I mean, music videos, I don't know if the music videos had a moment, but I mean, make no mistake, the Not Like Us music video was a moment. And it was a reminder that music videos could have moments as well. So I feel like that part of the game is forgotten because that was a huge part of it for, I mean, a long time, chat. Up until basically recently. Up until we got into the point where we could actually watch them, then they went away. But I guess still into, like, you know, the 2010s and stuff. But when was the shift? Like 2016, 17? I don't know, chat. And make the mistake. There's still a music video too that has a moment that's still pretty cool. But music videos as a thing you have to do are, and as also as just a thing you have to like be on alert for. Because I think that was the other thing about music videos as well too, is just the attention being paid to them. Like people were like, "Oh, I actually know I have to be locked in on music videos because they're I mean, this was the entertainment that we had, but those are the options, chat." But it was actually an important piece of the zeitgeist. And unfortunately, as we know now, it is not that type of thing. Man, so if you filter it down, he's only been in 5 actual movies as the actor. I kept scrolling through all these movies, and it was like music, 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 music. So, yeah, he was in Set It Off, White Boys, Training Day, The Wash, and Pauly Shore is Dead. Hollywood's Pauly Shore loses everything, fakes his own death, and gets caught. This is a mockumentary. And he plays Dr. Dre in it. So that's not even really a movie in the sense that we're talking about, like an acting role. So he's been in 4 films. His last one being in 2001 with The Wash. So we need to get Dr. Dre back into the movies. Let's get Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg in front of the cameras. Dr. Dre for the first time in a quarter century. But the other thing with Dr. Dre, with maybe why he hasn't been in the movies, I don't know. Is it a personal choice or is it just what the industry has demanded, chat? Because I do think that Snoop, I don't know if he washed him from an acting standpoint, chat, but you could see that Snoop has at least been on set a little bit. You could see that Snoop at least was acting. Like, Dr. Dre was kind of just being Dr. Dre with like a little bit of hey to his, you know, just like a little extra but Snoop was actually like giving lines. There was some emotion behind the deliveries. Like, you could see that Snoop has maybe taken a class. Wouldn't be surprised if Snoop has spent $1 or $2 to sort of refine his acting skills. But the video was top tier. The album had a ton of top tier moments on it, chat. And it's always great to have these legends drop these albums with this kind of hype and looking forward to, and albums that you listen to and go, oh, this was actually an enjoyable experience. This definitely delivered on, you know, a project that would, a project that we were expecting from these two guys, a high quality project. You know, kind of like the Eminem album as well, too. Where, and, you know, not that we're saying, like, again, like, I don't know, you know, where people are going to rank the Missionary album in the Snoop discography. Like, I mean, the Dre album, it has a chance to be, I guess, a top 3 Dre album, technically. Is it better than Compton, chat? But, you know, like the Eminem album might not be a top, Death of Slim Shady might not be a top 3 Eminem album. Like, the reliving the Eminem moment once again is always a good time. Pause. So, Dr. Dre, Snoop, back in the mix, delivering some high-quality projects, high-quality tracks that you can revisit, chat. I mean, some new Dr. Dre to bump in the whip. This thank you, chat. Should we play this right now? And speaking of the Eminem album, this sounds kind of like one of the songs on there. I haven't revisited Death of Slim Shady enough to recall exactly which one. We had a coworker though who they actually just quit, so they're not there anymore. But when they were there just recently, make no mistake, we were asking them about what albums they were like are your favorite albums to listen to this year. You gotta see what the people are saying, chat. You want to know what people are listening to. And we were talking about some hip-hop albums, and I was just, you know, curious. 2024, what were they bumping? And they said the Eminem album was the best one. They were like, oh, yeah, I'm all in on the Eminem album. It was great. Make no mistake. Hispanic person, chat, if that makes a difference. I know you're going to be like, oh, well, I guess it's a white person, but, you know. Give him some credibility. But it sounds like, I want to say maybe Lucifer. Let me see. I felt like Lucifer might be good. We might have to start bumping Lucifer again as well, too. Let me see. Yeah, it feels a little like a sped-up version of Lucifer. Let me see if I can play it this close together while they're still in my head. Pause. Yeah, it just seems like it goes a little bit faster. Let me see if it says anything online at all about whether or not that track was sampled from anything. I don't know if Dr. Dre was pulling samples for this one. If he was, make no mistake, they did not jump off the page. Not that our rotation of songs from back in the day are, you know, is big enough to where we could pick out a sample if some guy just used it. But, you know, there might be a couple where we could. And I guess that our old collection actually probably works backwards, honestly. It's like a guy uses a sample and it's like, oh, well, now I gotta listen to the old song. Now I've got this new 1970s beautiful soul song to put into the rotation. But for the track list here, an interlude. Oh, The Watcher, chat. It's The Watcher. Of course. See, chat, we're bad on a first listen. It's just, make no mistake, you don't come for the accuracy. You come because we eventually figure it out. Pause. That might... The pauses are crazy tonight, chat. I am so sorry. I do not want to tell you. But I guess, is Lucifer also the Watcher as well? I guess we didn't check the sample on that track. We got the sample on the Houdini song. Was that Steve Miller Band that he sampled on that one? But for Lucifer, yeah. Houdini was Abracadabra by Steve Miller Band. But yeah, it doesn't look like Lucifer contains a sample from Land of Milk and Honey, written by Andrus Holton and Hans von Hempert by Mouth of McNeil. Maybe is Land of Milk and Honey the Watcher sample, chat? I guess, chat, if you guys already know what the Watcher sample is, shout out. There is a definitely clued in group of kids that would know that off top. No, whosampled.com says that the Watcher doesn't sample anything. Of course, sampled the Watcher Part 2. Jay-Z. The lyrics sampled a bunch of times. Oh, is that what it's... Oh, that's what it's talking about, Chad. It's talking about the lyrics at the beginning. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because that's what he does at the beginning. I think he starts it with the things aren't the same for gangsters. Okay, so that's what they're talking about. I'm an idiot, chat. See? We got there on the third or fourth try. It is what it is. Extra credit. We'll get the grade up. But in terms of the beat, sort of the melody vibe of the song, it sounds a little like Lucifer from Eminem. Maybe that was a Dr. Dre produced track. Let me see here. Maybe that's why they were similar sounding, chat. It is Dr. Dre. Wow, what do you know? What do you know? That is why. So I guess, was he just reusing beats, chat? He's like, I'll just go ahead and speed this up a couple of notches. Nobody will know. Throw this one on the old Snoop album. You know, we got other games going as well too, chat. We should make sure we're updated. The problem is the Wizards just keep fighting. They just keep fighting. They won't go away. The Spurs play the Blazers at 9. And the Sixers have battled back a little bit. I guess down 11, battle back to 7. They've hit 2 more shots than the Pacers in the second half. Yeah, chat, did Embiid go to the locker room? Let me see. Because Embiid is stuck at 17 minutes right now. Same amount of points. Oh, he is trending along with Sydney Sweeney. Or was Sydney Sweeney just in my recommended? I don't know. Wait, what happened? Oh, he got elbowed in the face by Matherin? Let me watch that again. Embiid on the replay. Elbowed in the face. Matherin trying to get the rebound. So, I mean, that can be brutal, chat. Make no mistake. You never want to take anything to the face. Will undergo further testing after impact to right side of face. Oh, chat. Chat. I'm sure you've seen the replay, chat. And I guess the thing is, with Embiid, make no mistake, like, hasn't Embiid had some oral? Hasn't he had some fractures by his eye sockets before? I'm pretty sure, chat. Because he's worn the mask. Masked up Embiid has been a thing outside of COVID. I think it was due to injuries as well at one point. And I believe it was to that eye area. You know, either the nose or eyes. So if it's getting any of that, maybe there's a flare-up that we don't realize. But typically not the type of injury that you see a player leave the game for. Maybe he got poked in the eye. Scratched a cornea. Put a little, you know, a couple drops in it. You should be good to go. Maxey with 21. Halliburton with 29. 7 of 15 for 3. So Halliburton's getting his one good game in here for the next 4 or 5. Make no mistake. He will make 7 threes in the next 7 games. But then he'll go off again. A little up and down for our boy Tyrese this year. The careers of Halliburton and Gibson up and down. Shout out. 2 studs. Is that Carrington? Carrington chat. Sometimes I just, when you feel like you know you have a type, chat, it's like Carrington was higher on our draft boards. Every time we watch the Wizards, I'm like, who's this guy we always really like? Oh yeah, it's Carrington, the guy we love that they drafted. Of course. But look at him go. Look at chat. We're mesmerized. Sorry. Celebrity crush. We need to add one to the list. Bub Carrington. But he's been good, chat. The Wizards getting a good value pick in the 20s? Or when did they take Carrington? Like 16? Middle of the first? But the Wizards finding some value in the draft would be a fun thing. So I'll root for Carrington because we have stock in the individual. Shout out. But also because the situation would be fun to see. Champagny missing the 3, chat. Is there any way that the Spurs can get Champagny? How good does Spurs Champagny have to get before he can start doing Giannis, bring my brother in things with his brother? Because I think it's not quite the same. I think it's a little more maybe Tyus Trey Jones level. Marcus Morris. I guess the Giannis Thanasis one might be the... Is that the biggest brother gap in NBA history, chat? That might be. I guess we don't know all the guys. But, like, you know, Gerald Wilkins was good. Didn't Blake Griffin have a brother? Maybe the fact that we have to say didn't ask the question. Maybe Thanasis is better. But Thanasis being more popular, too, is a different thing. But his effort... But the shots, chat... I guess the thing is Thanasis good enough on defense and grabbing rebounds to outweigh maybe some of the other lower-end brother talent that has entered the league. But, like, Steph and Seth, of course, you know, Steph Curry's, like, top 15 greatest player of all time. Like, that is one of those brother gaps that is actually maybe also biggest as well, too. But it's, you know, Seth was good and... like an actual rotate. You know, that one's actually not even fair to Seth. I take that back. That's not fair to him because, I mean, he could be like a real, I think peak Seth Curry is a real rotation piece on, and not even a rotation piece, like a real end of game guy on a playoff team. And maybe even like a finals team as well, too. I mean, could you win the finals with Seth Curry as your 4th or 5th best player at the peak of his powers? Yeah, chat. Why not? Why not? Seth Curry as a movement shooter. I mean, if Seth Curry was on the 2016 Cavs, are they not winning the finals? I don't know, chat. There is some two-way stuff that could go on. You never know. But still, his three-point shooting and ball handling, playmaking, those couple of seasons, Philly, when he was really cooking. It's cool to watch. But, man, we also got Chicago in action as well, too. Chicago. Okay, Minnesota Lakers are really cooking right now. No LeBron tonight. Lakers down 5. Edwards with 7. Randall with 11? Is Randall cooking Davis, chat? Davis also has 11. Wow, a Randall Davis shootout. I have to find this game. Where can we find this game? Minnesota, chat. Will Starlink do away with blackout restrictions? That would be nice to get the Anthony Edwards games in the Midwest for those that don't have these random cable packages. For those of us kids, chat. But is the league just banking on the fact that, like, does the league know if we black out the games in this area? I mean, they do know that, of course, people are going to tap in. But, like, are they counting on that also in a way too, chat? Obviously, you can't allow it. You know, you have to do what you can to shut it down. But, and not that you would want people streaming things for free when you could pay for them. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, the ad space is still going to be, even if everybody did watch the NBA for free, like, the ad space would still be super valuable. And I guess everybody does watch the NBA for free, but, you know, like, without the streaming cable packages, like, if they were just able to give away cable TV or whatever, like, the companies would still, the ad companies would still be able to make money and all that stuff. I guess, you know, the cable TV would be kind of screwed, of course, if you're not charging for your customers. I don't know exactly where we were going with that line of thinking, chat, but either way, do they just know that, you know, they'll tap in, they'll find them, or they can just pay for it. We don't need to try to work a way around it. Like, they know the people that aren't going to pay for it and want to watch the games will still be able to watch the games. So they'll still be able to get that viewers, you know, that potential viewership impact. Maybe not in the numbers or, again, in that monthly streamer cable figure, but still with the advertisers. I guess what we were saying, I guess what we meant is the league would still be okay if they didn't charge for League Pass. But you still need the TV rights is where you make your money, I guess. I don't know, chat. I'm just not knowing anything about the business. That's for sure. But the Wizards, chat, I think they still won Cooper Flag. They didn't change their minds going into tonight's game. Maybe they changed their minds in the third quarter. They had to be reminded. They got sort of, they got whatever sort of hypnotize spell they can put on them. Tank spell. They can cast the tank spell in the fourth quarter and make sure this team falls apart. I mean, there we go. Cavs steal the inbound. Ty Jerome the other way. Lays it in. Up 11. Is Wes Unseld Jr. still there? Timeout? I feel like we never have known who the Wizards coach is. Is that Scotty Brooks again? Oh, is that, what's his name, chat? Jaeger? Is that the Jaeger bomb guy? The Jägermeister guy? David Jaeger? Is that his name? I don't know if it's just Jaeger or close to Jaeger, and Jaeger is how we remembered it. But we're calling him David Jägermeister. It's just what it is. His new name is Coach Jägermeister. And I believe that is who I saw on the TV. Yeah, see, this Lion King ad doesn't have them jumping off the screen. Much better. Much more easier to digest. It's just they kind of take up the background a little bit when they do that. I guess the one or two shots of the... Is there a white lion in this chat? Like a gray... do we call him a gray lion? Yeah. Is there a gray lion? The thing is, he does look gray. Like a white tiger, like, looks like it's been, like, dyed white, you know? Like, this lion, make no mistake, Chad, it's probably just the colors on this screen, but it looked like the lion was, like, had lost its color. Like it was grayed out. Like somebody turned the saturation down on the lion like somebody didn't add the color in on the lion. It's just a gray lion running around. Obviously, you know, the animation looks good like it was completed, but again, like they just turned all the color value out. And he's just gray running around. But he looks cool though. Is that in honor of the Detroit Lions? Shout out. Going up against Buffalo this week. A Super Bowl preview? Are we going to be watching that game live, chat? Is that the Sunday game that will be on? Is that 3 o'clock or 1 o'clock? Whoa, excuse me. Bills, Lions. Lions, -2.5 at home. CBS in the afternoon. And we will be on the scene. Wow, a stacked afternoon slate, chat. 5 games. 5 games. The Colts are playing in the afternoon. Oh, we're playing the Broncos. Jeez. I'm going to hear it from one of the guys at work. This old dishwasher guy. Shout out. I'm just saying that to describe him. It's old guy night, so I guess a story about this dishwasher will fit right in. Shout out to Snoop and Dr. Dre and Bill Belichik, and shout out I don't know if we want to say his name, but what do we want to call him, chat? I don't know, chat. I was gonna start calling him like Jordan Poole, but that's no fun. So just shout out to this old dishwasher guy. He literally just asks us every day who the Colts are playing. And make no mistake, chat, I look at the schedule right now, and I know I look at the schedule like every week as well too, and then like, okay, I'm gonna know the next month to like prepare for when this dishwasher asks me. I'm gonna actually know who the Colts are playing this time. Because I'm like, the Colts are my favorite team. I can't even tell him who we're playing this week. But I kept telling him he asked me the last like 3 days in a row, and I just kept telling him we were playing the Bengals. So I was close, chat. I was close. I guess I could probably tell him I said the Broncos. And he might believe me. I don't know. He also thought that he got confused about a couple of scheduling things over the course of the year. But it was our turn this time, chat. We told him the wrong team. He's going to come in and be upset. But I think he's not focused on football anymore. He's a Niners fan, and they are donezo after last night's game. Unfortunately, the Niners, I mean, make no mistake, chat, that was the game where we go, okay, that's obviously not the season. And that wasn't the game as well, too. There have been other moments. But, I mean, that was the game, chat. All field goals. Devondre Campbell walks off the field. Deebo Samuel has, you know, definitely struggled this year, chat. It's just what it is. Our former fantasy son, Deebo Samuel, and I don't mean former fantasy son, like once in the fantasy son family, always a member of the fantasy son family. But make no mistake, chat, I don't know how proud he's making the fam right now. What is his drop rate on the season? I think he had, if I remember correctly, what, 2 targets or 3 targets, 2 drops, sorry. Other way around. But on the season here, he has been at 7%. 5 drops on the season, at least on Pro Football Reference. I know that, I feel like for their numbers, I don't know, the drop thing can always be a little bit lower. Like, you're like, man, Deebo Samuel's dropping every pass. And you're like, wait a second, he's got 5 drops in the year. But he also is a little bit droppy as well, too. He's at 7.6% for his career. So he was at 8.3. He had 10 drops the year he made first team All-Pro. Again, at, what was that percentage? 8.3%. He had 9 drops his rookie year, 11%. So again, the Niners just losing, I think, is amplifying these issues. Of course, Deebo Samuel is 28. You know, there's a little bit more maybe wear and tear with Deebo with his play style. But then, you know, you also see him get the ball in his hands, pause, and he's just as dynamic as he can be. Like, at that end of the game, I mean, they still kind of have close enough chances to make it interesting. Like, he gets that kickoff return and takes it out to, I forget exactly what he took it out to, but had a really good return on that last kickoff. And then they got the horse collar penalty on the tackle on the sideline on him going out of bounds, and that added another 15 yards onto it as well. So it just turned out to be this insane return. And it was like, okay, yeah, he's still obviously a dynamic player. Like, I don't know if this is like the Deebo Samuel fall off is starting to happen. But again, he has struggled this year, and the Niners have struggled. And I don't know if he necessarily becomes like a fall guy for this team. Let me see if I can look up his contract here. Oh, wait a second, chat. Wait a second. Hold the thoughts. Hold the Deebo Samuel contract talk. Let me take a quick break because the main event is here, people. Okay. We were just opening, but the headliner's here. We'll be right back. Let's bring in the headliner. Hey, we're back, people. The REMINGTOM pod. Here we are. What's up?
What's up? What's up?
How we
Back
doing?
again. Good, good. I had to keep an eye on you, make sure the mic is on.
Yeah. What did I say? What got?
You're all good.
Why are you here? What got you mad?
No, the mic was off. Like, it wasn't working.
Yeah, no,
I
yeah,
don't
that
know,
part
but
makes sense.
also you're also calling me out. You're like, oh, this guy, he's booed up or something. I was like, oh gosh,
What did I say? Yeah, see, I knew
cannot.
I knew I said yeah.
Yeah,
I just sometimes, it just slips out. I don't even remember what I'm
uh-huh.
saying.
Hey, yeah,
I think I cleaned it
major
up. I don't
pause.
remember.
No,
Pause.
no worries. No
Pause.
worries.
Are you even watching anything tonight?
Um, no, I've been keeping an eye on stuff. Um, but yeah, I was gonna mostly come on to talk about the NBA Cup. I saw there weren't many games happening, but how locked in have you been into the quarterfinals?
I mean, I've been about as locked in as normal, I would say.
Yeah,
Yeah. I don't know.
watching every game.
Do they feel elevated in any way yet?
The
They
intensity is
they
there.
do feel more intense, which is crazy. Like
Yeah,
I it's weird that there is still like a dynamic of, maybe at the end of the day they can kind of like shrug their shoulders and be like, it's nothing. It's not what it's no big deal. It's
yeah,
just the NBA Cup. But the fact that they feel that competitive in these games, like there is a little something. Like there's a little fight. I mean, yeah, Trae Young was getting feisty at the end of that game, and they have a Knicks rivalries anyway, so that's a part of it. But yeah, I mean they're cool. They're cool.
Are you also outraged at how the Warriors game ended? A lot of people were mad. The ref
Yeah, I mean
called the foul and
and
stuff.
Kenny Smith was saying it as well too. Like the worst part about it was who was the Rockets player? One of the Rockets players literally just dove on top of Gary Payton like 2 seconds
Yeah.
beforehand, and then the happens the other way around, and then they get the foul calls. So I don't know. Like if they get the first one going in, that's I don't know. Maybe that's one other like little saving
Yeah.
grace to it, but yeah, it's not. I don't know. And then Kenny was like
Tough
saying,
scene.
giving him give him the timeout, call the jump ball. Like, yeah, there just seems, especially as well too, that there seems to be other factors that you can go to. Like, why does that foul call have to be the first thing in an NBA Cup
Yeah.
game?
Yeah. I don't know. If Giannis and the Bucks win this year, the cup, but they get knocked out in the playoffs, in the first round again, do you think that's enough for him to stick around?
For
I don't know. They're in
Giannis,
the semifinals again. I think last year they made it to the semifinals too. And yeah, do you think he's gonna break you or through?
well, the Lakers felt pretty good
Yeah.
about their NBA Cup. I mean, they hung a banner, so I don't know. Doc
Yeah.
Rivers getting another banner. Did they get rings too? Did they get hardware
Maybe
and jewelry?
Devin Ham is on their staff, right? He's never lost an NBA Cup game.
True. Darvin Ham is the NBA Cup guy. He knows how to do it. Pause.
Darvin Ham.
He's been there as well. He knows
Yeah.
the pace. He knows how to pace yourself
Exactly.
through the NBA Cup playoffs,
Exactly.
through the bracket.
That's crazy.
You don't want to burn out
That's
too early.
And now a lot of people giving Ham credit, saying it's not his fault that the Lakers are still bad, even with JJ Redick as the coach. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a Ham stock is through the roof. It's going Ham.
And
Right
the
now.
Darvin Ham stock's going ham. Is it though? Like, is Ham still a good coach? Like, is Redick coaching this team poorly, or do they have a good coach now? And it's like, oh, they actually, the roster is a couple steps behind in all these areas, and we know that the roster. But that's also the thing about this roster is it's like, it's a very game to game situation, and it's like in these playoff games in a 7-game series, are they going to have? And the problem is they're only going to have 2 or 3 games where they maintain competitiveness with these teams. But if you're there for 3 games, then maybe one game the other team is playing really bad and you're able to get a swing that way. Like, who knows? You're at least putting yourself in a position to be in a playoff series. Like, I think the Lakers are clearly a better playoff series and better playoff team than they are a regular season team, assuming that they can get there a decent level of health. But yeah, I mean, to make that run, and then again, to get that last little bit, because I still think they, like I was saying, they're realistically going to have 2 or 3 games where they're in the mix as trying to win a playoff series. Like, to get in that conversation, maybe a move would need to be made. But I don't know. Is it Redick? Is Redick like coaching this team poorly? Like, is there minutes things? Like, I guess the Max Christie thing, you felt like he was getting played a little bit too much. But even at the end of that game, they took him out when they really, really had to. So I don't know if that's to his credit or not, like waiting till the last minute. But I don't know. Like, is Redick an upgrade over Ham? Would you go back and undo it?
That's the real question. That's the question people are asking now because
Okay.
they kind of look like they're in the same
Maybe Darvin Ham
place.
should go on first
I
take
don't
and be
know.
better than Redick.
Who knows? I don't know. That defense of that defense of Jokic last year by JJ Redick definitely that was a great boost for JJ Redick's
Hall of Fame
home
sports TV
credibility.
moment.
Yeah, exactly. It's like stop
Was
it.
that on his pod
Like,
or was that on first take? I forget.
I think it was on first take. He went on first take and defended. It was like, all right, what the heck is going on here? But yeah, no, I definitely think there's interesting stuff brewing in LA. I don't know. There's Warriors talk again with LeBron. There's just crazy talk everywhere. Um, always with LeBron, and yeah, even if Dalton Connect is good, he can't save him. So I don't know. I mean, people, of course, want to talk about LeBron because he is who he is. You want to hype him up, but it's just well, not even hype him up, but you just want to. It's easy to talk about him because people are gonna click on it. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I am excited for the NBA Cup. Do you have any picks for who's gonna win? Like, if Trae Young wins it, like, is he untradeable now?
I know. I forget who. Did you pick the Bucks or the Magic? I forget who I picked. Because I know we picked the Warriors to win it. I remember we picked the Warriors to win it all.
Yeah.
But that was really about it. And I think.
Oh, I think I had Trae Young going pretty deep. Yeah.
Pause. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good playoff or NBA Cup team pick. I mean, are we seeing a pattern with these NBA Cup teams? The Pacers last year, the Hawks this year, these point guard led young offensive teams. Is there a trend in the NBA Cup now? Does the NBA Cup have trends 2 years in?
Well, people are saying the Hawks could do another run too in the playoffs with this team.
A similar playoff run? Yeah, it could happen.
Yeah, they've been kind of hot, so we'll see. But yeah, no, I'm excited for these semifinal games. For people at home who don't know, it's going to be the Bucks and Hawks facing off in the East, and then Rockets, Thunder in the West. If the Thunder,
is that a playoff series right now? Those feel like playoffs. Those feel like they could be currently playoff series.
Yeah, so that's why I'm talking out a storyline for each of them because each of them have interesting things going on with the team. Like I think, with the Nuggets, Mavs, teams like that, it's pretty settled what's going to happen. The Celtics, like the team future in terms of who the stars. But when you look at each of these teams, there's interesting things going on. So that's why I'm in the Hawks with Trae Young, the Bucks. Giannis is still question mark. And over in the West, like if the Thunder win this whole thing, like would you consider them like the number one option to win the championship, or do you already?
Can I float something out that I talked about a little bit ago about the
Please
Thunder?
do.
So, I guess I'll just cut to the chase. There's no need to beat around the bush. Like, if you're the Nuggets, obviously you're not going to trade Jokic, but
yeah,
like what could Presti ramp the offer up to make it undeniable?
Oh my gosh!
Like if salary wise, if you just go salaries, if you trade them Hartenstein, Chet, Jalen Williams, and Case and Wallace, and give them however many picks. I can't believe you're talking about this. Could you get Jokic? Again, it's not a Nuggets thing. It's just like Shea and Jokic together. I mean, Preston, if you really want to win the title, I mean, there's your team.
No one's trading the best player in the NBA. Get out of here.
But imagine having Chet and Jalen Williams, though, as a rebuilding and Case and Wallace.
No, it's not happening. It's not happening.
There's no world where it's even, like, close.
Who was that? Who's that? Oh, Nick Saban. It's not. Stop asking. It's not happening. It's not happening. So stop asking.
I just thought it was interesting. I just thought it was interesting that the salaries align like that, and the Nuggets or the Thunder could make that trade. Like that's actually like Chet and Jalen Williams is like a crazy combination of players to just trade in general for a guy. Like there's really no player in the league outside of Jokic that you would trade and Giannis that you would trade those two players for. I would think, right?
Yeah, I just know with the SGA contract, like there's something with the apron rules where it would make it really tough for them,
No,
or
I
they
think
get penalized in
that
some
trade
way.
works.
So
I'm telling.
is
I brought that up because that trade works.
well, I know
Get
it
that trade
works in the
in.
trade machine, but I'm talking about like in the future when you have to renew contracts,
Oh, who
when players
cares?
get
If
better.
Jokic
Well,
wants to
they
stay.
with the apron rules, GMs care. And I think that's what more and more people are realizing who are like, in these NBA spaces talking about sports. Is just that with their apron rules, it's just so hard to trade stars, which is what the league wants because they don't want people trading stars like that. They don't want, small markets like Denver, like Milwaukee, losing their big time stars. And so, that's why Jokic isn't going to leave Denver. But, that's
And
also
he's like, you know,
why the ratings may
he's
hurt.
one of the greatest players of all time. Like, probably not just gonna trade him
Yeah,
away
like
either.
top 20. Yeah. He's
Again,
not
I
going nowhere.
just thought it was interesting
But
to
well,
look up.
where do you hold this Thunder team in your contender list? Like, obviously, I mean, I'm pretty sure you also have the Celtics to repeat number one. Um, but after that, like it's pretty wide open in terms of the rest of the NBA. I mean, of course, the Cavs have looked really good this year, but we haven't really seen them as real contenders. The Mavs who were in the finals last year, Doncic can be easily exploited on the other side of the ball. And then you look at the Minnesota. Minnesota would be the team you'd think would take a jump, but with them trading Cat, it looks like they've had trouble with our identity. So,
They have the
I
same
mean, is
record as the
there?
Spurs.
Yeah, yikes. So, is there a lane here for the Thunder to really establish themselves as top dogs of the West, especially with winning this NBA Cup?
Yeah, and they're 2 games up right now going into tonight's games on everybody. And I think they have, I think they're a better team than Cleveland just straight up. Like I think they're,
Yeah.
they have more depth on that team, more talent on that team, but they also don't have Boston in their conference. So come playoff time,
Yeah.
they're OKC is the best team in their conference versus Cleveland. I think even if you could make the argument that Cleveland was better than OKC in some kind of matchup way, like Boston is still the best team in the league, and Cleveland would still have to play Boston in the playoffs and theoretically at some point in like a conference championship type setting if the 1 and 2 seed were able to make it that far. So I guess, yeah, in terms of like, I would have them both in terms of winning the title, like path and all that stuff. But yeah, talent as well too. Like they would have to be the second best team in the league. Like I think that's pretty clear. Right? It's like 1, 2, 3 is almost very, very clear. Like Boston is Boston definitely one because their record is they're still 1 game behind Cleveland record wise, and they did split the season series, but I still think everybody picks Boston as the number 1 team. So I feel like consensus wise, like I feel like it's pretty unanimous. Like Boston is kind of tier 1 by themselves. OKC is kind of tier 2 by themselves. And maybe Cleveland is kind of a second. Like they're all 3 different tiers, but maybe Cleveland and OKC are not that far off. I don't know. Maybe Cleveland and OKC are in the same tier. It could be close, but I think OKC's depth is more similar to Boston, so I think in that reason they're a little closer to Boston than they are Cleveland. So
It's just that experience, that playoff experience they don't have.
But
Which is
Cleveland doesn't
why,
really
and,
have it either. And
I'm saying that's why they're outside on another tier lower than the Celtics. I mean, besides the championship,
And you're right,
that's
the Celtics
the main reason.
are like the one team now with the guys with the older stars, their team's not, being as highly up in the playoff mix. Like the Celtics are the one team with playoff run experience. Like, I mean, Mitchell has been in the playoffs for a while, but I don't know if has he made the conference finals? I don't know if he has necessarily. And like you said, OKC doesn't have it. Houston, Memphis. I guess Dallas has it as well too because of their run last year, but Boston has just made more runs as well. Like Boston, even if Boston didn't even make the title game last year, which they made it pretty comfortably, but even if they didn't make the title game, like they would have made so many conference championship runs that they would have a ton of playoff experience and just so many playoff games at this point.
Would you have rather had Curry in the semifinals?
Wait, what? Then what?
Would you have rather had the Warriors and Curry in the semifinals than the Rockets?
Wait, what do you mean? Would you rather what? Sorry, I'm not getting it.
Like, would you?
Are they playing? No, they played already. Like we picked the Warriors to win, so
yeah. Would you rather have them move on? Because it's just kind
Oh,
of,
would I rather
I
have
don't
them move
know,
on?
like, yeah, like have them in the semifinals, like,
Well, you're biased because you're out in the
yeah,
Bay, so you're gonna pick the
as
Warriors,
a, I
of
mean,
course, in everything. But
it's just more, yeah. I mean, I guess it's also legacy and stuff, but I don't know.
Curry, he
Watching the
needs the NBA
Rockets
Cup.
though, yeah, I don't know. The Rockets are an interesting team though, because you can kind of see like the amount of talent they have and how it's like they're trying to rise. Like they're all. It's similar to OKC, except they all have egos and don't really fit together. Like OKC, they're kind of like everyone's got their position, and no one's really taking up like space for other people.
Yeah.
But on the Rockets, there's like 10 forwards and like 3 centers, and Sengun can't really hit threes, and you got these really short guards, and it's just you're just trying to put this hodgepodge of a team together. And Ime's so far doing it. They're in the semifinals. Um, you can argue what you want about the last game, but they put themselves in a position to be here. So I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of buzz around the team of trade a couple guys, get a star back, blah blah blah. I mean, if they win this, do we just stay pat? Just stay pat with the team, or do you? I mean, you're the trade machine guy. I mean, are you still trying to push for them to trade even if they win an NBA Cup?
Well, the problem is I think everybody still likes all their guys, so I
Yeah.
think them advancing in these type of moments is good because, like we were saying, these games still do have some intensity. So these like a team at the Rockets that doesn't have playoff experience, and not even getting playoff experience, but like just putting guys in moments to see who is gonna be the guy in these moments. Like who are the guys that emerge in the close games when there's actual real stakes as the guys you can trust and the guys you can throw out there on the court. And they haven't had a playoffs to sort that out yet. So at least you get a little bit of it with an NBA Cup run and you get some intensity matchups in that way. And then when you go into the playoffs, maybe you have a little bit more of a factor. I guess it's still kind of early in the season. So we still have the All-Star break and things could really shift out. But, it could also be the start of something as well, too. Like we saw Jalen Green and Sengun have still kind of been the lead guys for that team. And, for Jalen Green to emerge as still that way, I think is impressive because, like we're saying, that there is a lot of talent on that team and he still managed to, and I don't know if it's just by default because they give him the money and he has to take the shots, but, he is performing, I think, pretty good this year as well, too. So for as talented as that team is and he can still kind of maintain as the lead guy in big moments, like I think that definitely says something. So
Yeah.
I like having the Rockets advance.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm really interested to see who gets this final cup because all of these teams are relatively young, and yeah, I mean besides the Bucks who have won one, but there's still question marks around Giannis in terms of his future. Is he going to stay with the Bucks? So outside of the Bucks, like all these teams have so much to prove in this league, and then with the Bucks, they're just had so much changing in the last couple of years ever since they've won their championship. That there's so many questions around the team. So very interesting teams, very crossroads time for the teams, and I think this cup might have a big impact on these teams, but maybe it's not as big as we think. Who knows?
But I saw something about Dame getting MVP buzz as well too with the way he's been playing recently, which seemed a little rich for me. I was trying to see if I can find that.
Someone's got to get it.
Yeah, but I just why not just give Giannis 2 MVPs? Like, do we need one?
You think he's beating? You think he's beating? He's beating
Jokic for MVP.
Jokic, yeah.
Did you see the Ringer had Giannis at 3 for top 100 players, and they had Doncic at 2?
Wait, Jokic was 1.
Jokic 1, Doncic 2, Giannis 3.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. I was like, basketball is played on both ends of the court, right? Or
yeah, it says updated November, like mid-November. So I don't remember exactly what was going on, but
like, I get the talent is there, but like, I don't know. Anyway, tomorrow bowl games start. Any that you're really interested in?
Wait, tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
What's the first one tomorrow? I thought they started on Tuesday with the Frisco Bowl.
It says December 14th. CFP, the college football playoff, starts on the 20th.
Let me see. What games do we got tomorrow for college football? I guess I was looking at top 25. Let me see here.
Oh, yeah. Well, either.
Salute to Veterans Bowl, South Alabama versus Western Michigan. Oh, okay.
Oh, my God. Oh, we're in.
We've got games.
Yeah.
Something to take a shot to. I'm down.
Jackson State against South Carolina State. You know,
Jackson
what's his
State's
face? Deion
playing?
Sanders,
Are they playing
former
tonight?
guys. Memphis versus West Virginia. I wish that was a basketball game. I'd watch that.
Wait, what time is Jackson State playing?
We're playing at noon. ABC.
Oh.
Mercedes-Benz Stadium, Atlanta. Oh, local team, Cal. Going to play UNLV. Man, I hope they know where that's at, since they didn't know where Boise was at. Jeez. Did you see that?
What happened?
The quarterback for UNLV, right before they played Boise State, was like, I don't know how to find that on a map. So every time they had a big play, they would show him where Boise's on the map on the Jumbotron.
Yeah, Boise on the map is one of those cities where, like, if you had to pick,
Like,
if you're picking one city from Idaho to put on the map, it would be Boise. Be like
okay,
the
but you
easiest
know,
one to
yeah,
find.
exactly. And you know, like something you probably shouldn't be telling the team you're playing. Like, hey, I don't know where
Hey guys,
y'all are
I
at.
have a low IQ.
Like, come and get me.
Just go ahead and disguise your coverages, because make no mistake, I can't read them. I can't read maps.
Also, shout out to Iowa State. Had a solid season and will be playing probably one of the teams that's most disappointed at not going into the college football playoff, and that's Miami in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. They'll get a whole lot of Pop-Tarts out of that. And Iowa will be playing Missouri in the Music City Bowl. I think they've played in that one before.
Yeah, I think that's an Iowa staple.
Are you excited at all? You guys are playing Jalen Milroe.
We're playing Bama. I don't know how we got matched up against Bama. We're literally unranked.
There's people who are like, this game would have been so much better last year.
This game was played last year. We beat Bama and Milroe to go to the finals.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So I mean, I wish it would have been played. I wish we could bring McCarthy back and play him again for this one. That'd be amazing. We'd get a nice little win in the Real Quest Bowl to end it off. But we got Bryce Underwood on the way. #1 overall quarterback. NIL transfer or NIL guy flipped his commitment to Michigan. So,
but how excited are you for the college football playoff? I mean, this year, I was listening to some people who are like, yeah, like, you know, there's this side where it's like, oh, it sucks that like Indiana, who didn't play anyone and lost to the only team that was decent, you know, is in it. But at the same time,
people be hating on Indiana for real. It's
I know,
crazy.
I know. But at the same time, to get Clemson against Texas, you know, like multiple games of Oregon, Georgia, like to get these kind of matchups this late in the season. I've been playing, you know, I've been playing Dynasty on college football playoff, and just to see the matchups that can happen is crazy. Like you're like, oh, like this is really fun. So like we won our first championship, and to get there, we played Florida State at home, which sucked. Their place on the road, I mean. And we got 2 picks early to beat them, but that game made me sweat. And then I think we had to beat, I think it was Clemson. Thankfully, it was a neutral field, but that was another, like, we had to win on a walk-off field goal. And then the rest of the games were, like, Illinois, and I think we will beat Georgia State or something. It was some random school at the end, which college football playoff needs to figure their stuff out. There's too much variability, like.
There's not like a variability slider that you can move around?
I need
a randomness slider?
I don't like, there's no way we're playing like this team in the championship. But
Georgia State couldn't just pull in North Carolina and like hire Belichick?
I don't know, man. They gotta figure it out. I remember it was a 79 overall team that we played in the championship. And I was like, what the heck?
Well, they ran the ball really well a couple of good games or something. Who knows? Army just
crazy.
Defense.
I just didn't want to face Kansas State because they had a 99 overall quarterback, and I was like, what?
Oh.
It sucked. That game, I could tell you, it sucked so much. I tried to, like, you know, close the game and try it again, like replay it and stuff. And You know, I may have cheated once or twice, but it was a 99 overall quarterback.
No, I mean, you're not. I don't think people are gonna like. At the end of the day, you're not the
Comments
only
are gonna
guy in
kill
the
me.
chat here that's restarting these games.
He's gonna kill me.
I mean, they will for sure, but it's not like they're not doing it too. I mean, everybody's doing it.
Jeez. But anyway, while we're talking about random stuff, wanted to quickly shout out a friend of the pod who still hasn't been on the pod, Will Wettengale. Lynn Wettengale, you know, we're hitting it up. We're continuing to pitch. It just
His
announced
agents,
that
you know.
yeah, we'll get in touch, but it was recently announced that he made Team USA under 24 national team.
Shout
very,
out to
very
Wettengale.
tough honor. You know, you fight with 300 plus other kids to get like 90 spots. So not easy at all. Shout out to him. He will be headed to Spain in June. And yeah, hopefully we can get him on the pod. I don't know. We may be talking to some other Frisbee players. We're making calls. We're making calls. We're making calls.
The #1 Ultimate Frisbee pod, people. Make no mistake.
Fastest growing.
Make no mistake.
Recorded on Zoom.
Ultimate Frisbee's the next sport, people. It's here to stay.
It is.
Get in now.
Is. But shout out to Will Wettengale, you know, and that's just going to be great for him to get the development. You know, during the spring, he's going to have that college season, you know, college series season. And then that's going to slide right into that national team season to be playing with some of the other best players in the nation. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is a similar situation to basketball where the tryouts for USA and those Team USA practices are so much harder than the world's game. Like there's definitely some games in the worlds that will be close to that level. Maybe even pass it when you're playing Belgium. But beyond them, it's beyond that. It is so much harder to just get on the team. It's almost a guaranteed gold. So shout out to him for even making the team. And yeah, good luck with getting gold. And hopefully we can have him on soon.
Wettengale, call in one of these days.
Call in. We got to clip this. We got to clip it. Got to clip it and tag him.
Oh, yeah. Okay. We'll get the word out to Wettengale.
There you go.
We'll just send it straight to his DMs.
There you go. Shouted you out on the pod.
There we go. Can we change the thumbnail to just congrats to Wettengale for
yeah.
making Team USA? Whoa, Wettengale's on Team USA.
Oh my god.
Boy. Wait, why are we into Wettengale? How did he become our guy?
Because we were following. Yeah, no, we were following the Indy Cats, and then he won all rookie defensive team.
He's a rookie, yeah.
Yeah.
I knew he's an Alley Cats, but I couldn't remember if he was like an Iowa kid or not.
No, it's because he was killing it for the Alley Cats. Him and Brock, George Brock or something Brock. Brock, all-time UFA leader, MVP, pacing, no scoring.
Oh,
insane.
Okay. Shout
Insane,
out.
Yeah.
The best Brock right now throwing the frisbee / pigskin. Better than Brock Purdy.
Exactly. It's tough. It's tough between the two.
That was a yikes the other night.
Yikes. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, people here in the Bay are definitely down. They're not.
What are the vibes right now with the
Niners? Well, because, like, you know, most people know I'm a Chiefs fan, so when they're good, of course, they're all chesty and like, oh, let's go. Like, yeah, Chiefs are going down. And now they're not making the playoffs, and yeah, let's just say the chirping has stopped. It's definitely, people have definitely shut up a lot more. So,
but are they like clamoring for change, or is it just bummed out that the season's over?
I think they're more bummed out. They're more like this is not our year. You know, like I don't think. I mean, they made the Super Bowl last year, so I don't think anyone's like, oh my gosh, we need major changes. Like, it's not really mad. It's just more sad. And, you know, for people who did quit on the team, looking at you, we're linebacker.
Devondre Campbell.
It looks like they were cut out the door anyway, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, who call him first, Devondre Campbell or Will Wettengale?
Yeah,
Campbell's available now.
Oh, God.
He has free time. Make no mistake. Did they actually cut him yet?
His message, Yeah, they cut him.
Yeah,
Shanahan said today that they let him go.
Yeah.
Like Campbell.
I think he let himself go. They're like, yeah, we actually.
Yeah, he said, "I'm done." I don't understand, and I don't know. There was some other player they were interviewing who I don't remember 100% who it was, but he was talking about like how there's injuries at that position, so it's not like he wasn't gonna get playing time. Like they needed him out there, and he just walked off.
Was that Ward? Was that
home.
your guy Ward?
I think it was Ward, yeah. And he was like, yeah, I mean, we kind of needed him. And like, he definitely would have gone out there, like, knowing defense, like their rotations and stuff. It's not like he was getting zero playing time, and it's different than like, I understand, like, maybe a wide receiver, if you're like working really hard and you're open all the time, you never get the ball. But like, if you're on the defensive side, like, you go create your play. If you're
Yeah.
mad, go take it out on the other team. Like, don't be like,
Yeah.
like,
Just go,
so.
yeah, shoot the A gap, maybe.
I know. I
How
don't
about
know.
Campbell? Cover the tight end. What about that if you want to play?
Something like give deflection.
And
It's so dumb.
that was actually one kind of encouraging moment for the team overall, like just kind of a barometer for the health of the team, because
Yeah.
they all did, like, at least I saw like Kittle and Ward both spoke up very vocally about that in the moment.
Yeah.
Like, this is crazy. Like, we've never really had this happen before. Like, this is not the vibe of their guys. So the fact that everybody is still kind of like, there's still like a brotherhood vibe to that team. Like, it's not like this has gone south necessarily because, things are starting to fall apart. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, they're falling apart on the field a little bit, but at least not from
Yeah.
internally, it seems like.
No, it doesn't seem like it. And this year has been a weird year for quitting, because like we had your boy sitting out because he's got winded,
Richardson quit?
and now, yeah, exactly. Now we got him quitting.
Biden
I mean,
quit?
AB was only a year ago, right? Or was that 2 years?
Antonio
But-
Brown? Yeah.
Yeah. Was that last
2022
year? Last
maybe?
season? Oh, okay. Maybe
3?
it was 2 years ago.
Yeah, it might have been 2022.
But yeah, I don't know. Maybe players are more comfortable with quitting, which coaches definitely aren't.
Are we normalizing mental health breaks in the NFL? Is that all it was from Devondre Campbell, mental health break? I mean, Anthony
Yeah,
Richardson didn't
mental-
quit. He just had to take a breather.
Well, and the 49ers were so concerned that they're giving him a permanent one. Now he can take all the
yeah, he's going to
breaks he needs.
Is he going to get signed
Oh,
again?
dude.
Steve
And
Nash
it-
said
and
his
it's
career's
like-
going to be over.
Yeah. Also, shout out to Debo for that horrible drop. And it's like, it's even crazier when you look at the teammates where, Ward lost his mom, or he lost a parent.
Yeah, I
And
think so. I think he lost somebody close.
I think his mom. Yeah, and then Pearsall got shot, and then I think something was up with Trent Williams, the real one, not the guy that SNF showed. Like,
He's just some guy
so
on the
like,
sideline. Just like,
you
who's
have
the equipment manager?
and you have all these teammates fighting adversity, and you're just like, nah, I'm good. I don't need to play. Like, I don't know. Do you have any?
And he's
have
good
you
too.
been
Devondre
watch-
Campbell's
Oh, yeah.
good. Like,
Yeah,
he can
no,
be
he-
decent when he's
oh,
out
okay.
there.
I haven't watched him that much. I'm not.
I remember he had a good season or two on the Packers a couple years ago.
Yeah.
So,
Have you been watching much of Blake Corum? Yeah, in solid season.
I mean, Kyron's been getting the ball kind of a lot the last couple weeks.
Yeah.
They've been using Kyron quite heavy, but it's been working for him. The Rams offense looks good. Puka's been carrying my fantasy team, that's for sure.
Okay.
Don't need him this week because I'm on bye, baby. Didn't know I could have a bye in fantasy football, but
Yeah, if you have 6 people in the playoffs.
make no mistake, I'm on bye. I don't like it.
Nice.
I think we're gonna be rusty next week. I have a bad feeling about it.
Your team's gonna be rusty.
I think we're gonna be rusty. It's not good. I don't want to.
Yeah,
I
how
hate
does
the
that
bye
even
week.
work? Because your points just don't go anywhere, huh?
Well, no, I
Your
think my
just
team
goes in-
still scores points. Let me see actually how many Puka had the other night.
What do you even do with the points?
He had
They're
the
just
one
showing?
deep pass in the game.
Yeah, I see it now. I just watched it.
Herb Street said at the end of the game that the reason the Rams won is because they busted and the Niners didn't. Talking about
What?
that Puka play, so that's one way to describe the ending. But he had 17 points, so still balling.
There you go.
He had 41 last week. Yeah,
Yeah.
overshadowed unfortunately by Josh Allen's 70-some point before wherever he had. But yeah, he's been balling right now since coming back from injury. He's the reason my team has a bye. He's powered me on this win streak.
Shout out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, my teams just had weird injuries, and then we had the buys where 5 of my main starters had buys. And then I was actually really close last week, but Lamar Jackson had a buy. But I was 1 point away from winning, but I lost. But we still snuck in. We snuck in as the 6th seed in the 6th seeded playoff. So fighting for my life this week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yep.
Wait, are you
Snuck
back
in
healthy
there.
now?
Yeah, we're back healthy. Everyone's back. I think
Jaden Reed had 0 points last week, though.
I was gonna say, was
so
there a move you could have made
I had
to upgrade your
to.
lineup?
Yeah, I don't know. I brought in
Was there a start sit
Josh
decision that
Palmer.
cost you?
I brought in Josh Palmer. I still have Ray McLeod on the bench, so I'm hoping he'll be fine. He had like a lot of targets last week. But my league, we have
Wait,
another flex spot.
How bad's your team? How down bad's your team got to play Ray McLeod?
Hey, look, our team, our league, we have an extra flex spot, so it's so hard to pick up players or have any good flex
but who'd you
players.
draft? What happened to your team?
Well, Travis Etienne is now not great. Jaden Reed had 0 points last week. Yeah, so I mean, and I have 2 flex spots, so I have to put someone in that other flex. So it's either him or Ray or Travis, but Etienne is still not the #1 option anymore. Tank Bigsby took it, so you know. And then I do have Tyler Lockett. And then the new guys, I just added Josh Palmer and Isaiah Davis from the Jets. But yeah, no, right now my team's doing decent. Thankfully, the guy I'm playing, who is actually really good, he had Stafford, who only had 8 points. So right now I'm at 65% chance to win.
Your win probability is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I think it's only because there's so many playoffs. I think it's only 1 game per round, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a high chance I am going to move on. As I'm the 6th seed, I'm going to be the 3 seed. And thankfully, because I'm the 6th seed, I technically will get the 2 seed then next instead of the 1. So,
wow.
And I beat him earlier this year, I think. Let me see here. Schedule. Yeah, earlier this year, I was cooking. I ain't gonna lie.
Before you guys got hurt. Well, you got Mike Evans too, right? He got hurt.
Yeah. No, I didn't. I think I played him earlier this year, but he did. I want to say it looks like he did beat me.
Oh, but that's okay. That means you might win the rematch in the playoffs.
Come back strong. Yeah.
Bills
Chiefs. Yeah, but right now, if no one goofs, we should be good for the rest of the thing. He also has Breece Hall who's questionable. DeAndre Swift is still questionable. He does have Kelsey, but Njoku. So we'll see. But right now, I am projected to go on at least to the semis. And, yeah, we'll see.
I don't know. 63% is not that big.
65? Yeah.
65?
I mean, it's a pretty big hit for his quarterback, though. I mean,
wait, what did his quarterback have again?
Only 8 points.
He had Stafford? Stafford?
No, he had Stafford. 8
points. You have Lamar?
Yeah, he's playing the Giants. My players are playing a lot of bad teams. So I have Lamar who's playing the Giants, Bijan who's playing the Raiders, Chase Brown who's playing the Titans. Evans playing the Chargers was decent. Xavier Worthy against Browns is gonna be tough. But Trey McBride's playing the Patriots. Ray's playing the Vegas as well. And then KC is going to be playing defense against Cleveland, and Jameis is going to throw a pick or two. Like it's guaranteed.
Yeah.
It might be a pick six. So
fumble maybe. Wait. So what are your options outside of Raymond McLeod? Who else do you have?
So I have Travis Etienne, who I don't know. He's been consistent the last couple of weeks, but he is a backup option. He still had 11 points last week, but he only had 4 rushing attempts and 4 targets. And in PPR league, that's kind of concerning. And then Jaden Reed, but he had 0 points last week. He's been bad the last couple of weeks. I mean, I guess Miami had 19, but then he had 5, 9. I don't know. He's just so up and down. I can't trust him if he's doing 0. And then the last one is Josh Palmer. I would probably play. Yeah, Davis, I'm not sure if I want to play him because Breece Hall might play. So Palmer would be the only player I'd play. Yeah, he's been decent the last couple of weeks. He had 13 last week, 4, 6, 4. So he'll put up a good 4 to 10 points, but especially with him, if Ladd McConkey, the main reason for his uptick is Ladd McConkey's hurt. So we'll see. I have a couple injury dependent guys. Like if injuries happen, they'll cook. But if not, Tyler Lockett, I have also. I don't know. There's like a 3-4 week stretch where he was good, and then he also had 0 points last week, and then 3.9, 4, 4.6. the last 4 weeks. So
Yeah, Lockett hasn't been very good recently. Okay, McLeod's actually been a
yeah,
little bit better than I would have given him credit for.
yeah, he's been decent.
He's been like double digits. You know, he's serviceable.
Yeah,
He's serviceable. Wait, what? So what's on your waiver wire?
nothing. I'm telling you right now, it's so bad because we have 2 flex spots, so everyone's taking all the good flex players. Right now, the highest projected points player is Gus Edwards. I think we have the rookie Keyshawn Booty,
Tanks Bigby is a free agent in our league.
Michael Woods. Yeah, like that would never happen in our league. Like, what the heck? Tanks Bigby? What?
I mean, he's been okay.
Slayton, Fant, Atkins. Yeah, I think someone on my league has Tank Bigsby. Mike Williams. Like, we don't have anyone good left, man.
What about this Sincere McCormick guy?
Who?
Sincere McCormick.
McCor.
I see him on here for the Raiders. He had 10 points last week, 15 carries, 78 yards.
Let me see if I can find him. Oh, Sincere McCormick. Yeah, someone picked him up.
But Gus Edwards is a free agent, you said.
Gus Edwards is a free agent, I believe. Let me see.
That's not terrible.
Yeah, but he's hurt all the time.
Yeah, you know what? Raven McLeod might be your best bet.
Yeah.
What about?
Yeah, Gus Edwards had 9, and then he had 4, 7, 2. He's getting targets, but yeah.
Man, shout out Raven McLeod. Double-digit fantasy points, like 4 of the last 5 weeks.
I know. That's why I started.
And there's a buy in there as well,
I was kind of ignoring him, but yeah, no, the last 3 weeks he's been really.
Yeah, and I guess it has 8 for 98 last week on 11 targets, 6 targets the week before, 95 yards.
Yeah, if he even has half that, I'm good.
Half of 16, you need to have like 11 points.
Yeah, I mean, if he gives me 11, that's a good day.
Yeah, I guess
double
you're
digits.
Flex guy.
Yeah.
You can't be mad at that.
Flex guy, and that's honestly what I need from him. And Jaden Reed, I don't know, I just can't trust anymore. Even watching him in the game, like Love doesn't look at him that much. Like he's definitely a boomer bust guy.
Yeah,
I think Xavier Worthy's a little different. I think Mahomes tries to get him more involved for sure. But yeah,
and it feels like he's been going to Watson a little bit more as well. Watson is on my bench. I literally don't even have room for him in my lineup.
That's funny. Yeah, he has been going to Christian Watson more often.
My bench. You want to hear my bench?
All right, who's in it?
Christian Watson, Zay Flowers, Gus Edwards, Michael Pittman. There's 4 of the guys on my bench.
Michael Pittman.
I have Michael Pittman. I have Christian Watson. I have Zay Flowers.
That's funny. In my other random league that I never paid attention to, I'm the 2 seed with 2 other teams. So we have a 14 playoff and one team.
That's
has
an
10
auto-generated
wins.
League?
Yeah, well, I picked some. I didn't, but one team has 10 wins, and the rest of the 3 other ones of us all have 8 wins, and we're all in the. And I guess I made it second. I don't know.
Second overall, second seed?
Second seed, yes, sir.
Okay, so there you go. Kicking butt, taking names.
We trying.
I mean,
Zach Charbonnet is playing good. Jeez.
Is he a free agent?
Oh my gosh! No, I have him on my team, and I had him on the bench last week with his 38 points.
Well, Kenneth Walker was out.
22 carries. Jeez.
Just check your lineup like at 10:30, or I guess what time did the game start? Just check up 30 minutes before. Give it a quick scan. Wait, is Kenneth Walker out again? Put Charbonnet in there.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. That's insane.
Charbonnet is expected to start Sunday versus Packers after Seahawks listed Kenneth Walker as doubtful. The Packers do have a pretty good run defense, but he's projected.
Yeah, but 22 is crazy. 22 carries.
So does that solve your problems now?
No, I'm on my other league that no one cares about.
Oh, that's not for your real league? Charbonnet's not on your real team?
I wish it was. I wish it was.
Oh.
I wish he was.
I had Taysom Hill in this other league too. And geez, now he's on IR. It's too bad.
Yeah. R.I.P. to the Taysom Hill season. You need to find a way to get Charbonnet traded into your other league. That would be
I know.
perfect.
That's always the funny part is when you have one team that's super stacked, and you're like, if only I could trade over players or something.
Well, you just need to have one team. I mean, if you have a lot of teams, you'll have one that's stacked.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the point, but I mean, just make it tough for yourself. Narrow it down. And we've got the Clippers and Nuggets in a little battle right now. Harden.
Should I start Jonathan Taylor or Tank Bigsby?
Wait, are you serious? I can't. Yeah, I don't even know why I thought you were serious.
I just wanted to hear what you'd say.
No actual football fan would seriously ask that. That's why I was like, wait a second, what are you asking?
How did he have 3 points like 2 weeks ago against Detroit?
Because Detroit's good.
Did you see them do that clapping thing? Like, did that give you confidence in them?
Perfectly in sync?
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't like it.
Yeah.
I wasn't a fan. I just kind of like it if I like the everybody on the field, middle of the field, sort of walking toward each other handshake at the end of the game. I don't know why they were going up and down a row like that.
No.
What was that like self-congratulating after the game? What was going on there? I guess celebrating and self-congrat. I guess, what's the difference? But...
Yeah, I guess.
But I'm looking forward to the Bulls, looking forward to the NBA Cup. It should all be a fun time.
The Bulls.
Bowl games?
No, the bowl games, yeah.
What we were talking about? Did you have any reactions to Belichik getting hired over at North Carolina?
Just that we'll have to see how long he sticks around.
What would you say? 2 years, 3 years?
I don't know.
Is his next girlfriend enrolled already or not?
Yeah, I don't know. It is interesting. I don't know how long he's gonna be there. I'd say 3 years is good though. Once he figures out how tough it is, he's like, oh my gosh.
That's what he got 3 years guaranteed on that contract as well too. 5-year deal, 50 mil. And the little snippet that I saw was $3 million guaranteed. So you think it's gonna be tough?
Oh, it looks like we got some breaking news. The 5 through 10 spots on the Heisman ballots were officially released today. Shedeur Sanders coming in at 8, Indiana quarterback Curtis Rook at 9, and Kyle McCord over at Syracuse coming in at 10. And that's just insane to think that the Ohio State decided to move off of a top 10 Heisman quarterback for Will Howard just to lose to Michigan again.
I think if they had McCord, they probably would have beaten us. But I don't remember. Did McCord leave though?
Wasn't he? He was lost a starting spot or something. There was something.
Well, yeah, but they didn't. Did they know that they were going to get Will Howard when McCord left? Was Will Howard their first choice? Do you know?
I don't know.
You don't. Yeah, I don't know if Will Howard. I guess he was highly ranked in the transfer portal, but I don't know how coveted he was team to team. I guess the college quarterback.
Yeah, but Ohio State loved him.
And yeah, the college quarterback thing can be a little bit different than the NFL prospect type thing as well too. But yeah, if McCord was there this year, McCord played well, that drop back passer type style. Maybe he made, because McCord was good in the Michigan game last year. Ohio State was driving down the field to win the game. Michigan, I think, made a play at the end. Ultimately ended up winning. But McCord was driving him down the field. McCord was getting him in position. So, yeah, that's kind of crazy to think of. And I guess it doesn't really matter either, too, because they're still in the college football playoff at the end of the day. But
Yeah.
at least in that game, I feel like
That's
McCord
still, I don't know. I mean, that game might have had more impact on Ohio State than them making the college football playoff. I mean, actually, I don't think that it's, I don't know. I'm sure
that loss meant more to Ohio State fans than the whole season, and I think it means more. It will mean more to the fans after the season if they do anything but maybe even win the championship. I don't know. Maybe get to the final. Probably win the championship is the only way that Ryan Day is going to be able to appease the fans after losing again to Michigan.
Yeah, did Russillo say that? Because I listened to that and I was like, are they actually going to fire Ryan Day if they don't win the national championship? For who?
Yeah, and it wasn't just him saying that. It was Tom McShay. It's not even so much for who.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even so much for who. It's just he can't come back.
But you have to have a better option, though.
Not really. All the teams have done that before. They just lose them.
The funny thing is, Michigan was in this position with Harbaugh, were we not? Like, we kind of had that down run, and it was like, we just need to but wait.
You guys, there was never a point where you were the second-ranked team, and Michigan was down in the depths they were, and you had this, like, little brother thing, and then they come into Columbus and beat y'all. Or, they go into Ann Arbor and beat y'all.
19 out of 20 years.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I think this one is a little different, at least for here, just because of how much is built up.
I think it's different in the moment and how much it sucks for Ohio State because it's the biggest upset in the history of the game. And yeah, that's tough luck. But is Ryan Day actually they're going to find a better coach?
No, they're not going to find a better coach, but they're going to get rid of Ryan Day. And I think both can be true because they don't really care.
I don't even know.
But
the cycle's going,
though.
The cycle's going to go. That is true. That's the thing about this playoff. Is it going to extend the cycle to where maybe they miss their guy? Like Belichick just got hired.
Well, they weren't going to hire Belichick.
But guys are going though. Moves are being made.
Yeah. No, you're right. We'll see. But they were even talking about it last year. There was a little bit of buzz, and I would be shocked if they don't win a championship, or I would be shocked if they don't make it to the final and Ryan Day comes back or is allowed to come back.
So how many rounds do you get in the college playoff? They don't have 3.
They won their Big Ten championship, I want to say, right? So they only need 2 to make it to the final.
Ohio State, I think.
No, they didn't. They weren't in it. Yeah.
Oregon.
Yeah. So they have to win 3 games to make it to the final.
You get 3 games. So if they lose in the first round, then that becomes a different thing. But I think if they win a playoff game or 2, I think he's probably okay for this year. You got to give him at least a decade, right?
We'll see, man.
Because
a decade? I don't know. Right now, it doesn't seem like it's going to be past this year, past the season.
Because why else are you making the move? Otherwise, you're just outside of just being mad if you don't have a better option.
That's the point. It's the boosters. It's the boosters who decide, not the smart decision makers as much as they'd like it to. They have the people who fund the place
in mind. The boosters aren't going to just make an irrational decision.
We'll see.
Without a plan, right?
College football is full. College football is full of irrational plans. All these crazy buyouts that they have people have, like $40 million buyouts or something.
Yeah, but those are usually for bad coaches.
No, yeah, but if you don't beat Michigan, I guess you're a bad coach.
I mean, it's a bad moment. I'm just saying, I don't think Ryan Day is going to get fired.
We'll see. You don't think? All right, we'll see.
I think they'll be rational through it. Because, I mean, trust me, I definitely thought about it as well, too, after the game. I was like, yeah, is this actually going to cost him his job? But then I was like, no, because it's the exact same thing with Harbaugh. Yeah, I mean, exactly. You're right. It shouldn't, so it probably won't.
Well, we'll see. I don't know. College football is crazy.
Is there an NFL guy? Is Kingsbury? I guess if there's
There
Vrabel,
definitely, if he gets fired, it's not because of there's a better option or we're looking for another option. I mean, he's lost less than 15 games, I want to
well,
say,
no, it's not.
while at Ohio State. So, like,
It's not
it's
that. You're
definitely
right.
not.
Is Ohio State gonna make the emotional move? Is what
Yeah,
we're gonna bet on? Is Ohio State gonna be emotional or not? So
and it's because they have to. I mean, because they have to deal with boosters. That's why. That's why there's, you know, it's even being considered.
but that still feels like it has to be a collective decision of everybody agreeing that Day has to go. And I don't know, is everybody going to be on page that he's going to be out of there? I guess Vrabel has the Ohio State background, so maybe he's a coaching candidate that could be interesting.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I just don't know if there's an NFL guy either that would be interesting. Maybe, I don't know, Dan Lanning, Dion. It'd have to be a really, really big name. There's only, like a handful of guys that you could actually replace him with and feel good about it. Otherwise, you're just taking a massive swing, and then ultimately you're going to take a step back. I guess that would be the question that you're willing to risk, right? Are you?
Yeah, and Danny Lanning wouldn't leave where he's at.
Yeah, true, because Oregon's got the NIL money as well. But
yeah,
would Ohio State be willing to risk lowering their baseline for that little potential of raising their ceiling, that little percent? I guess to me, that's what it would be. The odds that you lower your baseline with another coach is way more than like him being bad and him not being able to get over the hump. Like, I think it's more likely that he wins a national title than the next guy that they hires is equal to do what Ryan. And I guess again, if it's like Dion, then obviously I would change my mind. But if it's just
who knows?
If it's just
imagine if it was Dion though,
from
that'd be crazy.
Some other SEC school, like I wouldn't feel.
I could see Dion being hired now that you talk it out.
I feel. Like
Colorado almost made the playoff this year.
I feel like I might have heard Van Lathan say that. I can't remember I can't remember who I heard say that, but I was hearing somebody say they were making the case about Dion and Ohio State, and I can't remember if it was positive or negative, but I just remember that. I can't remember if they were saying he would or he wouldn't go there, but I just remember the names being connected, so that's why I thought about it. But plus also, he's one of the hotter coaching names. So I mean, one of those guys I would if you could get Dion, then do it. But even then, that's not a guarantee that Dion's going to win you more games than Ryan Day.
No, Ryan Day is, in terms of his tactician or, building a program, building systems, he's definitely up there with the best.
I mean, can we go as so far to say that this is the first bad loss of Ryan Day's career? I mean, that's probably not true. They probably dropped.
There's probably some in there. There's probably some in there.
In the course of the Michigan game, it's the one bad loss.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have
him in front of me. I have to look. But this is definitely one of the worst in a while. I mean, this was horrible. Horrid. We'll have to see. How is Anthony Richardson doing? I haven't watched the Colts in a little bit.
Yeah, they were on bye last week, so the Broncos will be a good test
that's what I was
for
thinking.
them. Especially the defense has been playing well. I mean, I'm sure
that.
I'm sure they'll pressure Richardson around, and it'll be tough.
I was just remembering your game against the Pats was you have a report on Drake May. People saying he looked really good last week, or looked really good against y'all, and then I guess they were on bye as well. But I remember people coming away from that game being impressed from Drake May.
No, you like Drake May.
No, I don't. I think he's all right. I don't know. These North Carolina quarterbacks just don't, him, Trubisky, I'm going to need to see a little bit more from players who don't show much at college, They have the body type, but not much of a resume.
Yeah? Drake May hasn't
now
shown
we're
up?
seeing... No, I don't know. I think he's been all right, but I don't think he's, generationally good. I think I need a little bit more to see that, but... Shout out to Bryce Young rebuilding his stock.
But
he looked pretty good this last week.
Better than
people
Drake
are talking
May?
about Chicago. I don't know. I don't think so. But it was interesting seeing people talking about Chicago maybe being the one getting fleeced or something.
Oh,
That was
no,
crazy.
I mean, Chicago still did get a ton of stuff back
Yeah.
outside of Caleb Williams. Like, Bryce Young would have to be a pretty good quarterback for that to be an even deal. I mean, that was in the moment people were worried about that. They were like, can Bryce Young even live up to this trade? Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, but because of how good shout out Bryce Young's been playing, it's like the first time since 2020, I want to say, that they're favorite. The first time in a long while that they're a favorite in a game. Favorite against guess who? Wait, guess who they're favorite in? Do you know?
Yeah, they're playing Dallas this week. I mean,
Oh, you
I
know.
looked at the schedule.
Yeah, you're
of
on
course.
it.
I mean,
He's on it.
who's not looking at the schedule on Friday night? But
There you go.
especially, Cooper Rush, the backer quarterback, maybe that's
Yeah,
a little bit
and
more
it's
to
the
do
Cowboys.
with it than Bryce Young playing well. And that's unfortunate as
That
well, too.
punt,
That sets him up
the
for a
punt
loss.
too.
Yeah, they'll probably lose. The 1 week they're favored and people are starting to get a little bit hyped up, now they'll slide the other way.
Yeah.
They'll definitely lose. But this is now a new moment for Bryce Young. Bryce Young has never gone into a game with the expectations to play well. So we'll see what happens. Can he live up to the expectations and not play bad?
Yeah, I don't know. Can his team do as well? Like play up to the expectations of being a favorite? That's the crazy part. They just don't know what it's like.
Yeah. What is it like when people believe in us? We've never had this
Exactly.
feeling before. Guys,
And that's
we don't
why
feel mad going into the game.
I kind of felt bad against the Chiefs. Like I was like, oh, kind of scared. Like, oh, the Chiefs are losing to them. What's going on? But now seeing them against another team, like,
It's like, oh, maybe it's not just us.
Well, no, and they had played well the week before. But you guys
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess that's what you were saying. I was gonna say you guys have been in close games a bunch already, but
Yeah, that's true.
But,
That
I
is
mean, you've
true. But
continued to
yeah,
be
for
in
them to have a
close
tight
games,
game
so it is
against the
definitely good.
Eagles.
I mean, it's definitely both of you
Mhm.
guys.
Yeah. But yeah, they go to overtime against they have a close game against us, go to overtime against the Bucks, and then, last couple plays, what's his face? Xavier Legette drops the game winner. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
it's close.
Bryce Young definitely put it in a spot where, he couldn't have gotten it, but
Yeah.
unfortunately they weren't able to get the win over Philly. But at the end of the day, I think it works out because they'll get a high draft pick. So I think that's what you want because this team is still pretty much rebuilding. So it's like, can we get good vibes but still lose the games? Like
And
that's
college
kind of perfect.
and football is different because they'll actually give the number one to the worst team. Unlike basketball, they don't care.
And they're not going to get the number one, but they'll get up there.
Yeah.
They'll still be in the top 10. Let me see where they're at right now. I can't imagine they're not in the top 10 right now.
Yeah, they kind of have to be.
So I guess the quarterback class is not as stacked as you would want it to be if you were a non-quarterback taking team. Because if you're not going to take a quarterback in the top 10 and there's going to be 5 quarterbacks that go, will you go, well, just go ahead and lock us in for a top 5 player. Give us a Hall of Famer, why not? But yeah, right now they have the 4th pick in the draft. So they could get the second best player in the draft, the second best non-quarterback in the draft if Shador and Travis Hunter go off the board. Or Shador and Cam Ward, go off the board 1 and 2.
Yeah.
They've got Travis Hunter. Oh, sorry. They've got Travis Hunter going to the Patriots at number 3, and then Mason Graham at number 4 to the Panthers. Shout out Mason Graham, Michigan defensive tackle. The back-to-back Michigan at Will Johnson going 5 right now in the Tankathon mock to the Jags. So I don't know, Tatoria McMillan, the receiver. What do you want him to add? What do they need? Receiver? Defensive tackle? You want a defensive tackle for the Bryce Young?
Oh, trying to trade him up.
Well, no, in the draft.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a pick. Sorry, I'm getting freight trained right now by this news. LeBron. LeBron he's been away from the Lakers since Wednesday due to personal reasons. He's also not playing tonight. Foot soreness.
Oh, yeah.
Seems like they're talking about, of course there's talks of him getting traded. So
But who's talking about that though?
situational
Has there actually
monitoring.
what has been reported on that? Do you know? Is it just conversation right now, or has there been
Well,
something?
yeah,
Because I don't know. Is
it's always
LeBron's not
talks,
going to get traded, right? What's more likely, LeBron
Is
gets
it?
traded or Ryan Day gets fired? I would actually say more likely that Ryan
LeBron
Day
getting
gets.
traded.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I would say Ryan Day gets
Yeah.
fired. I think LeBron's locked
I
in.
I think the Lakers have shown that they will protect the future. They love LeBron, but they will protect the future. And we've seen that with them holding on to those last draft picks that are pretty highly valued around the league. With them drafting some interesting young players, like obviously they got to take someone, but with them kind of, yeah, I guess with mostly keeping those picks, not really trading for superstars, but kind of re-signing their young players. Um, and who knows what they could trade for. But it kind of feels like they've been holding on to onto their future, and without really worrying as much about LeBron and what he wants. And so that's why I could see them trade. I could see LeBron wanting to. I think LeBron recognizes that this team is not going to win a championship. His defense is absolutely atrocious this year, and I think I was hearing some people like he was trying for a couple of games to play defense, and I think he's just realized that he can't keep it up. And so now it's the him. I think he's coming to his own reality of like this is it, and he has to get traded to a good team, and the Lakers would do it. I really believe that because I think they have an interesting couple of young pieces, especially with how good Dalton Connect's been, and I think they kind of want to rebuild as well.
Wait, so what are you saying? Because you said the Lakers would do it, but you also said LeBron recognizes that this is not a championship team. So is it actually LeBron telling them he wants to? Is it LeBron with the power play, or would Pelinka on his own one day call up LeBron and go, "Hey, you're going to Golden State"?
I think it's LeBron. I think Palinka's low-key had it in his mind the whole time, but he's not going to say it out loud. But I think LeBron is maybe hinted at it more and more. And so they're kind of like, oh, you actually do want to get traded? Okay, let's do it because I think it's something that both parties are open to. Because that's what I mean. Like LeBron recognizes it's not a championship team, so he wants to leave so they can have a chance to win a championship because he's not going to here. And now that he's gotten Bronny into the league, like he doesn't really need to stick around anymore.
I guess. Do you think that the value that you could get for LeBron in a trade would outweigh the value of him being on the team? At this stage in his career, is he worth that much in a trade package?
I'd say that combined with future, like the future of how good those assets could be for sure.
No, I'm saying, do you think you could get that kind of package back for LeBron at this stage in his career?
Yeah. I think you can.
What do you think you can get for him?
I don't know. That's the question. I don't know. I'm not the
but
GM.
Just what's in your gut, buddy? What could you get for LeBron? What would you give up for if you were the Warriors?
I don't know if they would trade like Kuminga. The Warriors are the main team that makes sense. If you do,
it seems like he wants to stay
Hield,
in Cali as well, right?
yeah.
He could stay out west. He could be really close to LA.
Like if you do Buddy Hield, if you throw in Kuminga or not Kuminga, Looney, if you maybe Moses Moody, I think I was hearing. And, they throw in a pick or two.
So if
I could
you
see it
were
happening.
running the Lakers, what would you want for LeBron?
I'd have to take Kuminga. Yeah.
Is that what
I'd
you want?
I need Kuminga.
You said you have to take Kuminga because in our situation, you're trading him to the Warriors. But if you have LeBron on your team and you have access to the rest, you can literally
the
do
rest
with
of the
them
league
with whatever you want. Would you call the Warriors and ask for Kuminga?
No, I wouldn't call him and ask. I mean, I think, yeah, I don't know if you get like Jimmy Butler or I'm trying to think of like the high end of what you get.
You would trade LeBron
Maybe
for Jimmy Butler.
If you do LeBron, Rui, and Dalton Connect, I mean, throwing those picks, could you get close for Giannis? I don't know.
Oh, send LeBron to Milwaukee for Giannis? Whoa!
I mean, he does have a no trade clause.
Dalton Connect for Giannis.
I think he has a no trade clause, so he would say no.
I mean, is
He
Dalton
does
Connect
sound-
that attractive of a future asset?
I mean,
What kind
would
of
the
Dalton Connect
Lakers
upside
just
do you think you
walk
have?
across the hall and tell them, "Hey, we'll take LeBron for Kawhi and picks. Like, we'll take your problem."
Why would
Like,
what?
and then just play
What?
out the years with LeBron because they know
What?
this team's not going to win a championship. So if you
But what are you
take
gonna do
Kawhi,
with
you take his
Kawhi?
contract. You just burn out his contract. You just,
But then you
it's where
just
you take it back on.
But now you've destroyed your team because LeBron at least brings value to your team. Now you've just traded him for you've just literally swapped him for nothing.
Well, not for nothing. First of all, you get that cap space. You get the ball in your young players' hands.
So
I
Max Christie's
want to
jacking up shots
see.
now with Kawhi on the bench instead of LeBron. That's why I think Ryan
No,
Day.
but
I think this is actually close. You might be right. It is pretty close. It's close because if he is actually wants to win a title, that changes everything. But
Yeah.
I don't know. You've been hammering in my head this whole time that he wants to stay in LA. So I'm just convinced at this point that he wants to stay in LA.
Maybe.
And at this, like, what does he really have left? I mean, he's talked about how much it's not going to be that much longer. Are we talking 2 years, maybe tops?
Well, that's the point. There isn't much left, so he needs
just
to
play
get
in
to a
LA.
championship team. He needs to get to a championship team because he wants to get another ring. He has 4. He wants to get a 5. Match Kobe. Be 1 away from Jordan.
But the fact that it's the fact that it's the Warriors as well too. Like,
Or does he have 4 or 3? Oh, well.
Like, would LeBron actually go to Milwaukee though? At the end of the day, like, is LeBron gonna? He has a no trade clause, right? Does he not?
Yeah.
LeBron does.
Yeah, LeBron does.
Yeah. So would he waive it for a Milwaukee deal?
No.
A Bronny Dalton. He's like, okay,
To go
I'll
play with
Bronny.
Dame?
Yeah, Dame, Dalton Connect, and LeBron and Brook Lopez. I mean,
Oh, God.
Brook
Talk
Lopez.
about-
Dame
talk
is the
about-
worst defensive team of all time.
Talk about letting up 150 points. Like, I think traffic cones would do a better job of stopping teams.
We might as well just call it like the Milwaukee Evergreen Estates at that point.
The Milwaukee constantly open turnstiles. Milwaukee turnstiles.
The Milwaukee Right This Way Bucks.
Right, like, geez.
Okay, wait. So if you did Kuminga and Wiggins, that gets you to 33. You still need $15 more million. You've got to do a 4-for-1 for LeBron. So we've got to give him, but it's got to be good too. So you got to give him Buddy Hield. And
Well, Moody just had a new.
You
He
have to
just
give-
resigned.
do you have to give him Pods? Is that too rich? Kuminga and Pods?
Yeah, that's your whole future.
Would you rather have Pods or Kuminga?
Kuminga.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Pods is good, but the size of Kuminga is just. Also, Kuminga scoring's a little more consistent.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean the salaries would. Okay, so if it's Moody, Hield, Wiggins, and Kuminga, does that excite you for LeBron?
You said Moody, Kuminga, and who?
Moody, Hield, Wiggins, Kuminga.
You throw in a first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I
you have
don't
to
know
like
if you want to.
cut 4 guys. I guess Christian Wood leaves the team at that point.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, you'd have to cut a guy. And are there still 14 players on the Warriors? That's the thing.
Well,
have to
they
sign
could
a player or
sign.
something.
They got Exhibit 10s, G League players. I mean, I guess they're bringing in Bronny in this deal, right? So it's technically a 4-for-2. Wait, let me see if Bronny.
Oh, okay.
If you throw in Bronny, does that throw it off? Because make no mistake, it's a tricky, it's a very touchy situation. I guess Bronny's only listed at $1 million a year, so it shouldn't affect it that much.
Yeah, rookie contract.
Let's see. It failed because LeBron cannot be traded until Sunday. His deadline for his contract is December 15th. Moses Moody had an extension on December 28th. But that lineup on the trade machine, that lineup on the trade machine right now in terms of the overall winning impact says it's about the same. Those 4 guys for LeBron James. So I mean the team would still, and then you go we get Kuminga for the future. But I mean, I feel like what is Kuminga kind of who he is at this point? Like, how many more levels is Kuminga going to unlock in his game, do you think?
I still think there's a level or two.
Yeah.
There's still a little more.
But a trade for
Yeah.
LeBron, a centerpiece of LeBron type move?
I don't know.
I just don't know if they can talk. The Warriors can talk him quite enough. I think if LeBron was a little more willing to move around, then maybe they could get a deal done. But if it has to be to a Cali team, and it's not going to be to Sacramento, and it's not going to be to the Clippers either. They don't have enough either.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, I guess unless the Lakers really wanted to do a Kawhi and picks for deal, then maybe he would. But I don't know. Is Harden better than Davis? Harden's not better than Davis. So is Norm Powell better than Dalton Connect? That's really the question.
Yeah.
No, it's. And then are you fine with a player who never plays?
Yeah.
When was the last time Kawhi played?
1935. I
I
don't know.
I forgot how he even plays basketball, to be honest. I don't.
Kawhi, yeah, very, very boring, very fundamental. A lot of mid-range. That sort of stiff, low-arcing jumper. A lot of the little turnaround. I don't know how he can shoot a turnaround because that shot's got no arc on it, but he somehow gets it off.
I don't know.
A lot of how does he cross a guy over when he's that stiff? Pause, but he still does.
Yeah.
He still makes it work.
He does somehow. That's crazy.
But you know who
Anyway,
might
let's
get
talk-
traded? Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck that's all about.
Yeah, his agent wants to beat up Shams.
Probably beat him outside. How about that? So what's all this going on in the pop world?
What's up?
You're talking about Snoop dropping an album?
Oh yeah, we were talking about the Snoop album a little bit. It's not bad. There's definitely a song. I think if you had to pick one song, if I had to recommend one song off the album, it would be. Let me pull up the exact name of it because I forget. Thank You.
Oh,
It would be
okay.
Thank You.
Shout out.
I feel like that's actually a queued up on the speaker right now type of song. Should we see?
Oh, okay. Hopefully
Should we
it
start
won't get
bumping
the
the
copy
Snoop
strike.
album right now? Why not? And I think it was making its way on some of the playlists already as well. So maybe the kids will pick it up. Maybe this will be Snoop sort of hit with the kids.
Snoopy.
Him getting back in the Rap Caviar playlist. Oh, that might have been too much, too loud. Hopefully it wasn't. The Meth Man verse is pretty fun. Janae Aiko on Gorgeous.
Shout out.
That's a good
I love Janae Aiko.
yeah, you can't be mad when she ever pulls up in a song.
Yeah.
But DMX dropped a little project as well too. I mean, you know, R.I.P. the guy, but DMX just praying over these soulful beats. Gotta love it. Over these just choirs and orchestras. Big fan. Did you listen to the
geez.
Boss Man Dlow album?
No, but I will.
Okay, I guess maybe
will.
we'll react to that one next. Who knows?
Shoot, do we got to play it live on the pod?
Yeah, let me cue up the
Do
first
it.
song. Why not?
Okay, all right. Here we go.
Oh, it's
We can
Dlow
be
Curry.
like-
Okay, this was a single.
That's how
already.
people go. I haven't heard that one. Okay, we got to start at the top. I have maybe heard it, but okay, let me know when you got to play, when you're going to press play so we can
Okay, wait.
sync up and be like, oh my gosh, what the heck?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Three,
Okay.
2, 1, go. New wave now. New surfboard right now. Okay.
Okay. Get both headphones in.
Is this better than the Snoop album? Definitely a different
Dlow
vibe.
is feeding generations right now.
Nah, D'Lo's the man. D'Lo's great
Shout out
because
to Ant-Man calling him out in the starting five. That was like a year before he blew up, and Ant-Man had the vision.
that's like LeBron with the Migos, Ant-Man with Boss
Yeah.
Man D'Lo.
Except it's actually on camera.
I was listening to Migos back in 2010.
Oh,
No,
me
Boss
and the
Man D'Lo,
boys,
the
yeah.
ladies will listen to Boss Man D'Lo. I think they. I don't know. Maybe does
I
not
think
like Boss Man D'Lo?
they'll like listen and be like, "What the heck is he saying?"
Yeah, I guess like I don't know. There's like some of the rappers make the crossover. Like Uzi always made the crossover.
Yeah.
NLE
Uzi
Choppa?
can.
That's another one.
There's some Playboy songs.
The ladies love NLE Choppa.
No, yeah. I don't. I don't know what the heck's up with that, but what do you think of this first song? Dlow Curry.
No, I like this one. This was a single already, so
Yeah,
this one's good.
it's all right. I'm not like losing my mind or.
No, it's it's pretty. It's standard Boss Man Dlow. What do you?
Yeah, it's all right.
It's fine. I don't know if it's better than Snoop.
Not enough.
Is there Snoop
not
on
enough
this
bass
album?
for me, honestly. Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
know.
You need the bass boosted version.
Hey, Big Zow.
I guess I have it turned down because I don't want the copyright strike on the speaker. So I'm
Oh,
not really
okay,
hearing the
okay.
bass anyways.
No, we're not trying to get you, but yeah, no, there's not much. It's all right. Okay, we're about to get into the second song here.
Oh, I had a different song queued up. Oh, I have another song queued up.
Oh,
Oh, here we go. Okay.
like that.
Like that. Is Kendrick Lamar on this one?
Okay,
Who's
this is pretty good.
Who's Boss Man Dlow dissing on this?
This is not bad.
Drama, and that boy's up to some. I've had that song stuck in my head a lot. Do
Jumma.
you remember the Obama remix of that? When he was
No.
drumming. Andre
Oh,
Drummond,
really?
that boy's up to something.
Okay, this one's pretty good. The trumpet. What do you think of the trumpet?
I can like only hear the drums right now.
Yeah, like, that's all you listen to.
I just have it turned down super quiet. I do hear the trumpets, so you're right. I like it. Yeah, I like that. You like that?
You like that?
Have you listened to any Big X The Plug at all?
Not recently,
Bro,
no.
you need to listen to Big X. Why haven't you listened to Big X yet?
We're sleeping. We're sleeping on the job.
You know who else you need to get in the mix? Freddie Gibbs.
Mm,
You need to get Freddie Gibbs in the mix.
okay. Freddie Gibbs.
I guess he doesn't really do the bass boosted stuff, but I feel like you might like him. I feel like his lyrical content might be in your lane with the gangster rap stuff.
Bring gangster rap. No, Big X The Plug has Logan been popping. People have been.
Bro, I'm trying to tell people about Big X The Plug, and I don't even have to. People already know. Big X is up
Big
right
X
now.
The Plug is legit. No, he's legit. He's running the game right now.
Yeah, I've been heavy into Big X The Plug lately. Been heavy into Don Toliver lately.
Yeah.
You know the song Glock off of Hearthstone Psycho? It's probably going to be my #1 already for next year. It's just what it is. It's going to have like
already doing your Spotify rap for next year.
Well, it's just what it is. It's got like a 20 play head start on all these other songs.
Jeez. All right, here we go. Next song. Pillsbury
Dlow?
Dlow.
Ice Spice? Okay, wait. I'm going to grab headphones real quick. Give me a second.
That sounds like a good idea.
I want to see if I can actually hear these songs.
Okay, this one's good. Might be the first one to add to like songs. Yeah, that's probably why it's one of the most listened to songs. Oh, it's not #1 though.
Okay, here we go. Now I can actually hear it.
Okay.
Okay, I got one in for Sam
I'm
and
at
one
like
for the
40.
music.
I'm at 50 seconds.
No, I
for
left it
Pillsbury.
playing, so yeah, we're good.
Oh, with Ice Spice, the Ice Spice song.
Yeah.
All right, she hasn't
200
come
on
on
the
yet.
dash.
We're almost a minute in.
24 hours rap.
I'm liking this beat.
Boy.
All right, this song's getting added to the like songs.
Oh, is that the first one you threw in? Did you throw like
The
that
first
in?
one.
You didn't throw like that in?
No, it was all right.
You want to know the name of the playlist this one's going into?
What?
See if you approve of this name. Into the Fire Verses.
Interesting.
It's a little bit of a reach.
Yeah, what's the Into the Fire meaning?
Into the Fire Verses. Into the Spider-Verse.
Interesting.
My other albums played in full. The real ones will get it.
I feel like Ice Spice has been trying to change her brand. Like something.
Wait, you'll have to take a guy like me through the Ice Spice branding timeline real quick to explain that.
Well, so she started out, with orange hair and stuff, and it was a lot more light, fun. I mean, some people were concerned it was a little too high schoolish. And
I gotcha.
nowadays
Yeah.
she's trying to like mature her personal persona. And so like that's why she's worn done black hair. Even that song with like Central C, which shout out, was like a little bit more somber. And now even her feature in here, she's like trying to talk with a lower voice, like she's kind of chill. And that's not what we like. That's not why we listen to Ice Spice. Like Ice Spice is just kind of comical. Like you literally called someone a munch. Like Sam, you're not feeling it. You a munch.
Sam would see Ice Spice shake that thing.
I don't know about shake that thing. We're talking about the tone, and like I think she's taking herself a little too serious. Like she's just.
You don't like it. You want her to. So you want her to have a good time with her career. You don't want her to try to be like.
Yeah, like don't listen to the haters talking about, oh, you sound like you're in high school or something. Like you're kind of not serious though. Like that's, and you know what? You can make a lot of money that way. Like there's no shit. There's no shame. But I think Ice Spice is just now like probably looking at rankings. Everyone has an ego and probably like, hey, no one takes me serious. Like I'm not up there. And yeah. Oh, Mo Chicken. We're on Mo Chicken now.
Stop. He's tripping.
Is that French Montana?
Yep.
Bro, the amount of hate French Montana gets casually. No, I do, but that's crazy.
Is it you just going in blind? Because I like that.
Yeah, we are going in blind.
I mean, with the features.
I like going in blind. I still remember that reveal I had when on the last Good Yeet album when he did the song with Drake. I was like, oh my god.
Is that your number one album moment of all time?
Probably. Just raw listening.
Just the number one thing you've experienced in an album?
Yeah.
I mean,
I feel like I need to hear this song on TikTok 5 times to add it.
Mo Chicken might get a skip for me, honestly.
Dang, you don't like the... Yeah, you're not in. He's like, what the heck is
It's just kind of repetitive, that's all. I feel like a minute 30, I've gotten it down. Bro, I'm a big I need some double time cadences, bro.
Interesting. So you don't like the slower. I like the.
Well, no.
Like
now that you
808
said it.
Though.
Well, now that you said it's good, my brain chemistry is easily altered by people's opinions. I can just. If somebody.
It's mostly the 808 that's pretty good for me. Like.
So you just like the loud bass. You just want the boom, boom, boom. So you know.
I like a good 808. I like a good 808. I need a.
Wow. So I've actually been bumping Whacked Out Murals a lot because of that. Because when those drums kick in on that second verse, that's pretty crazy. I know you probably haven't. Have you listened to the full Kendrick album?
Oh yeah, I heard it once. I listened to it one time, but I haven't listened to it over and over. I do have a good amount on my like songs. Let me see if I whacked out. For me, like I like a good 808, and then lyrics I can apply, I can relate to, and I can't relate to these lyrics, so that's why it's not going on my like songs. But I know it's gonna get.
But the 808s do go crazy on this one for sure.
Yeah, and someone's on TikTok's gonna do like some dance, and I'll say it 20 times and be like, you know what's good?
True, this has got like a steady rhythm for a dance.
Yeah, like they do their little. Someone's just got to do that dance.
Bro, I like this album color from Boss Man Dlow too. Boss Man.
Sleeping.
Boss
no,
Man
I like
Dlow's
the black and red. I know the biggest already released, right?
Okay, this is the biggest part too.
Is there? It has 2 million listens. Didn't it already get?
Did it? Let me see. I only saw Dlow as a single. Let me see. Yeah, it did. It did. When did this get released? Okay, so yeah, a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I hadn't heard this one yet.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't add this one.
It needs French Montana on it as well.
Missing French.
Is that the 2 features? Oh no, we got Lil Baby, No Cap.
No, little baby.
Oh,
Oh shoot,
Glorilla closing this album off.
Glorilla, shake that ass.
Let's
Oh,
go. Twerk sound.
we already know that song. Shake that ass, baby. I do like the pace of songs though. I feel like there's a good like 2.5 minutes to me is a perfect length for a song. Like you can get a good 2 verses, 2 choruses, a little feature, like you know, like you mentioned, a minute and a half, you kind of know where the song's headed. So that's halfway through the song usually ish, Like I feel like 2.5 minutes to 3 minutes is a perfect length for a song. Like anything too short, then you're not really getting the chorus as much. And anything too long, it can kind of drag on.
Well, especially for this type of song as well, too, where you're not necessarily going to get like a lyrical onslaught from Boss Man Dlow. Like he's not going to give you the, Drake on Tuscan Leather for 6 minutes just going off. Like at some point, like you're saying, it's going to be verse, chorus, verse, chorus. It's going to get a little repetitive. So yeah, I agree. Like Big X is like that, man. You got Big X, give me 2.5 minutes on a song. We're chilling, bro.
Good 2.5 minutes. Also, I didn't realize this released today.
Yeah.
Shoot, you should put this in the title, reacting to the Dlow album.
I know. I was gonna do it.
Yeah, edit it. Sure.
I chose Snoop, man. Snoop's got more.
Snoop Dogg.
Is Snoop more popular than Boss Man Dlow?
More people know about Snoop. I don't know if he's more popular, but more people know.
What do you mean not more popular?
Like
Snoop's one of like the most popular people in America.
I guess his approval ratings through the roof. But I don't think people are like, oh my gosh, did you hear the new Snoop Dogg album?
No,
like,
I don't think his music's that popular right now.
Exactly. He's a bigger
popular.
He's a bigger and better celebrity than singer. Like, would you rather, like you mentioned, would you rather listen to a Snoop Dogg album or hear him be himself and commentate like sports games and stuff, like for an hour? Like, I think most people would rather watch him as a person be himself than actually hear his music.
Well, it depends on
the album. I'm not saying his music is bad. Yeah, I'm not saying the OG, like in his prime. Like, I'm not saying his music is bad, but like in general, like if you averaged out his music to his commentating, like I think people much rather prefer high Snoop than
well, but you're gonna get high Snoop whether he's singing or not.
That's yeah, I guess. But singing Snoop
but if I had
or
to
commentating
choose,
Snoop.
If I had to choose like Snoop's like on like a Snoop podcast or one Snoop album, like one Snoop interview or one Snoop album, I would choose the album.
Yeah.
Or like a movie, I don't know, but I choose Doggy Style over Training Day. Let us know, people. Would you rather rewatch Training Day or listen to Doggy Style? I think Training Day is probably.
But that's like the best. Yeah, that's his best music. I think.
But that's what I'm saying.
I don't know. Yeah. Who knows? But I think right now he's a better celebrity than artist.
But yeah, I mean the kids.
Are there any other artists like that?
Better celebrity than artist? Drake? No.
Yeah. No, people don't like him.
No, you're right. Drake's a bad celebrity.
You're like, no one likes him. I'm trying to think who's a better celebrity than artist.
Taylor Swift. Most of them.
No, her Eras tour was ridiculously sold. Also, shout out to her for giving bonuses to the staff and stuff. Shout out.
That is true. Taylor Swift is actually a good celebrity, so.
Like people, it
but that's what you were saying.
Like
good celebrity, better artist. Like Taylor Swift is a good person with average music, so I guess.
Like Travis Kelce now, is he a better sports celebrity than actual player? I think
we need to see playoff time. If he's like mid in the playoffs, then yeah, he'll be a better celebrity.
Yeah.
Than he is.
I'm trying to think who else.
LeBron?
Yeah, LeBron.
Bronny.
That's funny. Bronny's not a celebrity.
Oh, wait, I accidentally just clicked on Pillsbury Dough again.
Oh, jeez.
Back to Starlight.
No, I'm a minute into Starlight.
Okay.
This song's decent.
I got my rags up.
There's one. It feels a little bit like a rerun of an earlier song, but it's not bad.
No, this is 20 songs. There's probably going to be a few beats that a little similar. I don't know necessarily how much he's
Ooh.
gonna deviate.
Man, I thought the police sirens were in the song, but nope, it was in real life.
But that's the thing though, like people that listen to Boss Man Dlow probably aren't listening to full albums though, right? Like his
I
audience is,
mean, he is getting a lot of clout because of TikTok.
but
Like,
I just mean his
edits and
audience
stuff.
is not an album listening audience. Not that his music is not that quality. I'm just saying like his album is not people that
Yeah.
listen to albums, right? Playlists.
No, I think most people are hearing it from TikTok and stuff. And a lot of these songs you can tell are from TikTok, are for TikTok.
Yeah.
Which, kind of interesting now that it'll get banned. I guess this is something to talk about. What are we
True.
gonna
Should he be
do?
making music for TikTok
How-
with less than a month left?
Well, how will this change? I don't know. How will it change society? Because, there's just so much of
will
like
it?
brain rot and stuff. Like, the culture stuff, like Gen Z slang has really popularized. Like, you try to search stuff on Instagram and it's just not the same, when you're trying to find trends, when you're trying to track down. And I guess you're not on TikTok, so.
No, I'm literally not on
this may be-
TikTok, so I don't feel like it'll
Yeah,
change anything for me, but I also don't feel like I'm really missing out on anything either. So I don't know
Well,
what it'll
yeah.
change.
Well, that's the problem. You've never been on it, so.
But what am I missing out? You're saying like trends. Like I guess there are
So-
TikTok specific trends, but I'm not missing like cultural trends.
No, but I think there are.
So yeah, what TikTok dances are gonna
I
go
think
away?
there's a lot of like talk. There's a lot of slang and like brain rot, slang and like stuff that Gen Alpha has developed. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how trends now move
Is there anything other
across young
brain rot
people.
besides the slang that they use?
Well, yeah, I think like it's going to be harder for trends to really happen in general. I think in terms of music, like songs and stuff, because with Instagram, the way it is, it's too random in terms of the algorithm. Like it's not like Instagram, like TikTok will feed you that one trend like over and over and over if it knows you like it. And when you look up content, it tends to be more raw. Like it tends to be more raw emotion. You tend to get like more raw reviews, raw stuff, and Instagram tends to be a little bit more curated when you look for reviews. Like it's easier to block people, shut down accounts. And like, I don't know, TikTok just felt more authentic to me, which is why, the powers that be, of course, want to get rid of it. And so I don't know. I mean, also meta and all that, but I'm just sad that it's gonna go. I think I'm gonna miss it a lot. I think there's a lot of smart commentators on there who make their money. I think there's a lot of businesses who make their money. And it's just concerning that, the second that a platform that empowers creators to tell what's really going on happens, then it's shut down by other people. Like I didn't find anything about the United Healthcare CEO on my own stream. And I definitely care about that subject. But on TikTok, like it came up all the time. And I found like a lot of smart people having a lot of smart opinions. Or like even like debaters or stuff with Trump or like just political content is also, I mean, Instagram has said they will restrict it. And then you can go in the settings and turn it off, but you have to find it. And even so, Meta has made it a point to slow down on political content. So it slows down discussion about serious topics. I've found so many interesting philosophers and stuff on TikTok, like you stumble upon it. And I've definitely spent a lot of time on Instagram. I mean, it's literally my job. And never or very rarely, like I've never really had like any creators talking about the state of society or like real topics. And so it's just concerning that, that outlet's going to be gone and it's going to be pretty tough to find it in other sources.
So that's interesting that you're saying, because as you were talking about that, saying, the information that you're lacking. So like, I don't follow a ton of like the independent type news sources. I follow like a couple of the big ones just because I want to see the headlines and just kind of get a general sense of what's going on. So like, I was still getting like the ABC News in my feed, and, like those general headlines, and investigation updates about the, just the general investigation about what was going on. But you're saying like the actual voice of the people was being heard on TikTok.
Yeah, or it's muted on Instagram and Meta. And the thing is that I don't care about the news media, like, they're the TV news, it's like it's so antiquated. Like you can find all of it online. Like they're all saying the same things. Like it's more the opinions of the actual people, what people are feeling, the things that people haven't thought of. Conspiracy theories, different ways to think about it, and yeah, I mean, just information being sent, and I'm just gonna really miss it. TikTok Riz Party wouldn't have happened. You know, there's just so many things. I don't think Kai Cenat and all of them would have been as big. Streamers would not have been as big without TikTok. I think Twitch is huge, obviously, but being able to clip those clips of having Drake, like that TikTok and Drake, of having speed, of like it wouldn't have blown up as much without TikTok. Because kids don't have that attention span like anymore to sit down and watch a whole Twitch stream. And so it would have been a lot tougher for them to find it. And you don't find as many trends or things going popular on Instagram. Instagram is just really good at putting random kids. They love family feeds. The amount of feeds I've seen of like, oh, this is my kid, or blah, blah, blah. Like Instagram is very innocent. It's very clean. And there's a place for content like that, but there's also needs to be a place to have serious conversations and what's really going on in the world.
Well, I guess I don't know how family friendly my Instagram Explore page is, but it definitely is streamlined to one kind of.
Well, it's good for that too.
Yeah, it definitely. Oh god. But so what about the YouTube? Like, the YouTube setup for that, is that any good?
YouTube short, get out! It's like YouTube Shorts. Like
I don't know. See, the thing is, this is like I'm not on TikTok, so like.
No, I know YouTube Shorts. I haven't even touched that. Man.
I don't even know if these things are good.
Snapchat has Shorts. Netflix has Shorts.
Like, yeah, I actually don't want. See, Netflix doesn't really have Shorts. Netflix just like randomly shows you 60 seconds of stuff.
So exactly.
It's just bad clipped out 60 seconds of movies. It's like just the most boring 60 seconds. It's like the scene where it's like a transition where there's like panning up from a city street. Have you saved? Are you on motion right now, by the way?
Yeah, I think so. This is kind of good.
Okay.
30 seconds?
Yeah.
Are we like halfway through?
Yeah,
we're about halfway.
True, it's only 50 minutes. That's tight. Pause.
Yeah, I know. I told you I like this. I like it. Keep it tight. Like I can't be looking up and be like, oh my gosh, 20 more songs.
Boss man.
This one's pretty good.
IT, change the thumbnail.
I know. Okay, this is kind of good though.
So do you think that these companies will, so they're not going to step up in any ways to fill the void that TikTok left, right? Like they're actually just trying to get rid of TikTok?
No, I mean, they are trying to fill the void of TikTok by continuing to pump up their own.
Hearing the voice of the people, like you're saying, like, is there going to be a push for these companies to try to say, hey, we become that company? Like, is that a thing that happens now where the company goes, and I guess, they all try to say that in some sort of way, but
and even, who is it? The LinkedIn has videos now.
LinkedIn Shorts?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I've been posting for work. I've been posting on our LinkedIn. It's LinkedIn Shorts now.
What kind of content's on a LinkedIn Short?
It's just career advice and stuff. Hey,
have you ever
PJ's
gone
on here?
What's
Man,
the longest?
PJ's,
how many in a row have you watched, like the most?
I haven't watched, but it's on there.
But you definitely clicked on one.
Eating rice. DJ, you should dice. Bro, PJ's one of his best songs.
Is it because Lil Baby's on it?
Lil Baby on it, but his beginning, I can pay your rent. You gotta really listen when he's hitting, bro. Like, let me pull up the lyrics.
Yeah, pull up the lyrics to PJ by Boss Man Dlow. Let's see what's going on.
I came a long way from lunch trays and eating rice. Phone ain't got no service. I'm a PJ shooting dice. Like, you gotta think about, like, he's broke. Went from $50 to $50K a night. You want to F with Big Zai, you can't be scared of heights.
No,
like
there you go.
Like, come on. Like, I want to take you to the 60th floor and F you in a pit. Like, Move them bags for me. I'll pay your rent.
Yeah.
You know, he always talking about tinted windows on the rentals, nothing less than 5%. Have you actually seen 5% tint? It's kind of dumb.
5%? I think I might have 5% tints. I don't know what mine are.
It's not. It's pretty dark at night. Dumb
No, they
are
might
not balling. You be on the bench. I'm telling you, this is probably
Dlow,
the most relatable.
Who's your favorite? Who has your favorite lyrics outside of Drake?
Yeah, Drake's got some good ones. Probably, I mean, Dlow's up there right now. Lil Tecca, I don't know. Lil Tecca, his music, it's more of his music than his. I know his song. Which one is it with Lil Tecca?
But yeah, you go to Tecca more for the production.
A Lot of Me. I do like "A Lot of Me" by Tecca.
But you go more for the beats.
One of my favorite lyrics last year.
I
like a mix of both. So you see,
he's a mix.
It's a mix. So this song is kind of a perfect situation. Like you hear that piano, like you got the high pitch, and then you still have that low 808, and then you still have that mid, like the little hat, and then like the lyrics make sense. Like, you know, he's broke, now he's rich. Like it's pretty simple. Like, but it's like it's not him just saying, "Oh, I've made money." It's like, "Oh, like this is how my life was. Now this is how my life is now." Like it's actually saying stuff that like people who've been broke can actually relate to. Like I've never been that broke, but it's been close to that broke. Like, you know. So I think it's like it's more showing me than telling, you know. So I definitely, it's just that's kind of one of the best examples of songs I like from him. It's having that range. You gotta have a range of stuff going on.
Let's go, the up and comer boss man Dlow. Because that's
hot, man.
Big X is a little like that too. He's a good storyteller.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, no, I actually, I was just finding out. I was talking to my sister who's been on the pod, Vanessa, and she's really started listening to drill. She's all in on Central C. I was like,
oh,
what?
You know what?
Big Central C fan. The kids like Central C.
Yeah, I think I might start really diving in on Central C as well too, because on the Raider freestyle has been in the rotation for, I mean, so long now. Obviously it's been an iconic song, but I started playing it again over the summer and it's just stayed in the rotation all the way through. And Central C kills that verse. I mean, you want to talk about lyrics? Should we look up Central C's lyrics on?
Yeah, pull it up
on the Radar freestyle real quick.
Yeah, I know Central C. That was his big moment for sure.
I don't know his catalog that well, but I can't imagine he has a ton of verses better than this. And Drake's verse as well too is pretty sick.
Yeah.
Let's look this up here real quick. Unfortunately, my Wi-Fi is not as fast.
I'm not gonna lie, this album I give it so far like a 7.5 out of 10. Like it's all right. I wouldn't say it's great, but it's pretty good. What would you rate this album so far?
I think I'm kind of in the same way with you.
Yeah,
I'm feeling the same vibe.
It's okay. I'm not gonna do it again, but
crocodile tears, Shane, even crying. Why you swear to God you don't even believe in Christ? What are you saying Walali for? You've been on your Dean, you've been eating swine. Ooh. I ain't the man of your dreams. Now you wish that you stayed with your previous guy. You used to be 3.5s. Now I sell out the O2 Arena twice. Don't ask what the fee looked like. Don't believe in all the media hype. 80% of these people lie in Central C.
Central C. No, Central C Central C's.
Drake.
He's got some of the best lyrics.
Got no stick in the ride. If I take flex with the guys, got to put emojis over like 3 faces because the fans can see those eyes.
Crazy.
Drake was going crazy for sure.
No, that was probably. I remember it was Central C. Drake.
But yeah, your sister. That's good taste for sure. Central C. I like it.
No, she's been on it. I was like, ooh.
I'll make the run. Central C. NLE and Central C.
NLE.
How many albums does Central C even have on Spotify? I feel like it might be a lot of singles. He's got 2. Released his last one in 2023. Oh, he's got
There
an
you go.
album set for January 2024.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh yeah, January 30th. Yeah, trust me, she has the countdown on.
Yeah,
the
I just
countdown is
pre-saved it.
real.
We will be, make no mistake, people. We'll be here reacting to the Central C album. I'm all in. On the Radar Freestyle. It's only going to get
There
played
you
more.
go. We scouting.
What's Central C sitting at right now?
Also,
25.4 mil on Spotify?
Jeez
He's fine.
Louise.
He's made it.
Also, shout out to the Lakers scoring 87 without LeBron.
Jesus. Did Bronny play?
He might. They needed his points. No. Davis led his teams with 23 points. Are you worried? What's your worry level for the Timberwolves? This is something I meant to ask you. Like, because it's definitely not better than last year, right? Like, their team got worse.
Yeah. And what Randall, I guess it depends on what Randall's contract situation is, right? I guess who's the bigger
Yeah.
concern even? Randall, Gobert? I don't know. It's kind of a messy situation. Edwards
Yeah.
requesting a trade? Is that even worse?
Edwards, I don't know. Do you think he would?
Not yet. Not yet. He would need to wait a little bit.
I
I think it'd be
know, yeah.
just right when the people of Minnesota are starting to love him. He would need to get to the point
Minnesota.
where Minnesota would be like, okay, Edwards, we get it. You're good
Yeah.
to go.
Do you think enough time has passed to say that the trade for Randall was a mistake?
I can't remember
Because
what all did they give up? Well,
well,
they got DiVincenzo
Dante
too.
DiVincenzo, yeah. I mean,
mean,
they were definitely the ones downgrading, but
Yeah,
still.
I guess I haven't moved too far off of what I thought of it because I didn't really like it for the Timberwolves that much. But
Yeah. No, me neither.
at the end of the day, DiVincenzo is still kind of a nice piece to get back. And I don't know, could Randall and Edwards just not work together whatsoever? Is it personalities? Is it on the court stuff?
Well,
Is it
yeah, I don't
Gobert?
know.
I don't know. The idea
I mean,
of
I think
Randall as a small ball 5 with Edwards out there, you're telling me that's useless?
well, Randall's just not he's not a second scorer that I'd like to rely on if I'm a team trying to compete for a championship. And I mean, Jaden McDaniels is he reminds me of Drew Holiday. Like he's, really good defender, can make a little more happen than you would think on offense, but like you can't really be looking to him for points. So then that leaves you need a second scorer. And I mean, I don't know if Randall is it. I mean, these guys scored less than 100 points in this game against the Lakers without LeBron, in 2024. Like that's kind of that kind of. I mean, the Lakers have been known to have bad defense. Like you kind of can't not like score under 100 points. Like that's concerning. So obviously they weren't pushed in this game. But I am concerned. I am concerned for this team. I am concerned for their future in terms of they should have just kept Cat. I understand there's going to be a lot. They should have just kept him. I think they were just so close. I think they were closer than they give themselves credit against the Mavs, and they should have ran it back. Yeah, the contracts, it would have been a lot, but what you can get from Cat, that scoring, now we're seeing it with New York, and just that shooting option it gives you, and being able to bench Rudy Gobert and go with Naz Reid and Cat, like that big lineup. And yeah, Cat wasn't the best defender, and he had his moments, but I mean, he's still a really good player. I mean, he's not a bum. And now instead you get a player that I am very much against in general, in Julius Randle. I mean, and yeah, sure, yeah, Dante DiVincenzo's okay, but like, what are you really expecting?
It's just not enough overall. The 2-for-1's just not quite enough for Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah.
And the Timberwolves, I mean, they shot worse from the 3 than the Lakers tonight.
Yeah.
They were 28%. The Lakers were 29.
I don't know what they really were hoping for.
McDaniels looked good as well. I guess McDaniels kind of being maybe a step up offensively would be a help. It felt like when they were making a run in the playoffs, he was also giving them 20 points a game, 22 points a game. And I don't know if he's necessarily been at that number this year. He is currently at 9.9 points per game. 30% from three. He was 33% last year. But yeah, he was 50% from three in the playoffs a couple years ago. 43% from the three last year. 12 points a game in the playoffs. So they're not getting the 3-point and shooting consistency kind of all around. And I guess exactly like you were saying, Towns was a big part of that. I mean, Towns is undoubtedly one of the better stationary shooters in the league. It just is what it is.
No, it just is.
Yeah. I don't know if he's in the greatest big man
shooter
all-time combo, but
no, he's up there. He's up there. Also, shout out to the Nuggets. For once, Jokic isn't playing great, and his team picks him up. 5 other players on the team have 10-plus points, including Peyton Watson and Strother. Both have 10 points. That's why they're beating the Clippers by 20 right now.
Strother's had some good games off the bench. Strother's going to be a piece for him.
Yeah. Oh, whoa. Suns are only up by 2 over the Jazz. That's the only game worth watching tonight. Right now, as the Spurs are beating the Trailblazers by 10 at the half.
Well, Wemby's always worth watching. 15 points.
Yeah, 15, 4, and 4. 15 points in 15 minutes.
So
Devin Vassell, 13 points in 14 minutes. Some efficient scores over there.
What are we,
30 points between them. Or 29%. Almost half the points between them, too. More than half the points.
I mean, that's the combo. That's the 1-2 combo.
I thought the combo is area 51 or whatever.
Well, but that's a different kind of combo, you know. Paul's playmaking. In terms of who's getting shots at the end of the games, it's Wemby and Vassell is what they're going with. It is kind of funny, though, they still keep bringing Vassell off the bench like that. I would assume they would have inserted him into the starting lineup at some point, but I guess Champagne's earned a spot. Champagne's in the mix to stay, and I know, finishing games is one thing, but still, I didn't know if they would just commit to the lineup at some point. But they've been.
What do you think of this song?
Good.
Dlow
Gucci. Yeah, this one's good too. I like this one.
Here, I'll turn on this Jazz game. The Suns Jazz game. Take a look.
Oh, is that one? Do I have to tap in, or do I have that on League Pass? Let me see. Oh, here we go.
Oh, Trey Jones. Oh, brick. It's a 4-point game right now. 3 minutes left in the quarter. Trey Jones.
Is Bol back?
Nice. Bol is on the bench in the clothes, but I don't know. Team clothes. Is that? No, that's Tyus Jones. I'm thinking. Trey Jones is with y'all.
Come on, Devin Booker. Load. Marketing. What are we doing? Katie looks tired.
What minute are you at?
I guess he probably is. He's probably pretty zooted. What?
Oh, I was saying, what minute are you at?
Oh, I don't know. It hasn't loaded yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm just staring at Marketing and Durant.
That's funny.
Yeah. Wow, shout out to Boss Man Dlow, man. As the project winds down.
I'll say it's not bad, but I definitely there's this thing. I mean, it's always with artists is that artists always when it's that initial idea or initial couple ideas that make them really popular. It's like, oh my gosh, that's so good, and then they're forced to make like an album, and they're like, okay, you got to give us now 10 more of them, and it's like, oh, that's where it gets a little more rocky, So I think for a debut. Not debut, but, for an album after really blowing up, it's not bad. With more pressure. It's definitely more pressure than he's ever had before.
Good point. Let me see if this was an album or a mixtape. Let me see what they... Let me see who this was released
an album
under as well. Is he working with some kind of label here? Who's he working with?
Oh, Booker might be shutting the door here. Just hit a mini. 7-point game.
Uh-oh, minute 45?
I think he has 30 on the left. No, I'm at 2:03. 2 minutes exactly.
Oh, I'm a little ahead then.
No, you Speedy Gonzalez. Is Speedy Gonzalez like racist or does anyone know what's from?
Speedy Gonzalez is it
What
like
a layup.
Tom and Jerry?
Oh yeah.
Let me see.
Wow, the Suns are kind of pulling away here. They just needed us to watch them, huh?
Oh, Looney Tunes.
Mm.
Warner
Do you
Brothers
know who
Looney
number
Tunes.
0 is for the Suns?
Uh,
That layup was really nice.
is
That can't be
is that Ryan
campaign.
Dunn?
It's too big. It's kind of big.
I think is
Maybe.
that the rookie Dunn?
Oh, the rookie there. Maybe he's looking good.
Iguodora? It's got to be one of the rookies. Yeah, it's Dunn.
Oh, it's Ryan Dunn or who?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize he was that big. I thought he was smaller.
Now he's a wing, right? Maybe a little. Is he
Oh,
like a
I was
four?
thinking of the other Dunn,
Oh, you're thinking of Chris Dunn.
Chris Dunn. Yeah.
Oh, are they related? Who knows? I'm in the water, gratifying and put some sand. Babyface Ray making an appearance.
Are Chris Dunn and Ryan Dunn related? Oh my gosh, is this gonna load? No relation,
No, yeah.
unfortunately.
He's not the father.
Are you surprised that Colin Sexton is still in the league?
No, Colin Sexton's good.
Yeah, I don't know.
I guess
I just,
are you asking me? Am I surprised? Is he good?
yeah, like, is he still good? Is he that good? Like, I
He's
just seen his
decent, right?
intensity, but
He's good
yeah,
enough
I
to
guess
be in
so.
the league. I mean, he's a starting level
I
player, I
guess.
think.
No, yeah, I guess he's a starter.
Doesn't Colin Sexton score like 18 a game? Let me see what he's up to
Maybe.
right now. If he was an expiring contract, that'd be kind of an interesting deal for.
I just knew there were times with the Cavs where they're like, oh, this guy again. Yeah, I guess he's 16, 2 and 3. I guess he's definitely gotten the ball more.
He's made a
48% from the field
resurgence.
is not bad.
No,
Yeah, he's definitely.
look at this run in Utah here. I mean, look at this.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this. His
Yeah.
career since his rookie
Look at
season.
Let me get updated on Colin Sexton.
Yeah, let me see if this loads here. Even his rookie season, he shot 40% from 3 on 3 attempts. So he was only 43% from the field that year.
He said, put some respect on my name.
But he was 20 points a game the couple years after that. He has been, since his rookie season, so the last 6 years, including this year, he's 48% from the field, 38% from 3, 19 points a game.
Not bad. So like an average player in the NBA. But pretty
48,
good.
38?
A little
That's
better.
above average.
Above average.
20 a game and he's efficient?
Starter level. Yeah, that's not bad.
I mean, he's an
Okay,
above
I'll
average
put some more
scorer. I guess
respect on his name.
maybe the defense
Yeah.
and the playmaking, but
Yeah.
yeah, he's
Oh,
there.
Booker. Oh, Booker stole the ball to finish out the quarter, try to jack up a 3. The intensity is there today from Booker. I don't know if a Jazz fan yelled some hate thing or, I mean, I guess he is light skinned, so maybe they'll, you know, Utah has been known to be a little.
They'll say a thing. Oh, you only need a little bit in you. That's it. They'll start
Exactly.
saying stuff.
You only need a little bit in you. That's a great way to put it.
What is it? A great granddaddy? That's all it takes.
Exactly.
Wait, so is this
Exactly.
Glorilla song already a single as well too? This last one?
I don't know. Are we at the last one already? Yeah, wow. Yeah, it was a single. It was really big on TikTok.
As you know, Glorilla.
People were doing it. I'm surprised if you haven't ever heard this song.
I actually haven't. No.
Wow. We gotta get you outside, man.
Oh wait,
but
no, I think I have.
Yeah, there's no way.
Maybe.
Like, what's her face? Colorado loved this song. What's his face? Travis Hunter did a dance to the song that really went popular.
Oh, I think I saw the dance. When's Glorilla pop up? I just want to hear Glorilla.
It's later, yeah.
But shout out Booker, 31 points in 30 minutes, 7 assists, 2 rebounds. He's on it. He got something to prove.
Is Booker trying to date Glorilla?
Maybe. But yeah, that was a quick listen. I'm not gonna lie. For an album,
No, under an hour.
it didn't feel like it drag on. Yeah.
I think the perfect album length is in the 40-minute timestamps.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
As long as I see a 4 in the first number, I'm good to go. The Kid That Did, Babyface Ray. What's this album Boss Man D-Low's featured on? I was just going through his features. Mr. Ski, Lou Tyler, Wiz Haven. Do you know any of these guys?
No, I couldn't tell you. Maybe Booker's mad because they've lost the last 3 games.
Oh, he's desperate.
2-point loss against the Pelicans, then 10 against the Heat, and then 5 against Magic on the 8th. So he's had 5 days to think about it.
Oh yeah, NBA Cup break. He's annoyed that he's not playing in the NBA Cup quarterfinals.
I know. Jeez. Even though they won, they beat y'all. They beat the Spurs. They beat the Lakers. Oh, it's just because they lost to the Thunder. Wow, they lost literally 1 game in the NBA Cup and they were out. And it's because it was because it was a 13-point loss. That's crazy. They lost literally 1 game. That's what happens. Who took their spot? I'm trying to think who was the wild card in the.
Well, what do we have? Dallas, Golden State, Houston, and OKC, right? So one of those teams. Was it Dallas?
Let's see.
Because OKC would have been the 1 seed. They played Dallas.
You think it was Dallas?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's my
guess.
guess.
But that's crazy. You lose 1 game, you're out. So he's mad about that. And then team's falling apart lately. So shout out Booker for being a leader. You kind of do need to stop the skid.
And they've needed a little bit more from Booker as well, too. A little more consistency from him. He's had a ton of big games, make no mistake.
KD's been hurt, too.
Yeah. That's true. In the games that KD's hurt, he has played really well. But there's been a couple of games in there. But maybe Ryan Dunn can save the day. Iguodala? Is that Collier?
I don't know.
Collier's played well for the Jazz.
What minute are you at?
I'm like 10 minutes in the 4th.
I'm like 10:23. Just had Collins block.
Oh, yeah.
Pass up to number 33. Oh, the game getting close. 115, 111. Collins making plays.
John the Baptist.
I feel like the Jazz are like the one team that like it feels like the ownership wants them to tank, but they just won't. They're like, nah, we're good. Like they got too much talent on their team to be tanking, but they're just not good. Like they're 5-18. So what was your favorite song on this album?
Oh, geez. Let me think here. Let me think.
I got a quick answer, but you know.
Yeah, you're going with which one did you say right away? Was it the Ice
PJ.
Spice one? Oh, PJ.
Yeah,
oh yeah, I got
PJ. Yeah, it's not even close. Yeah.
Yeah.
PJ. It's definitely like my top 3 favorite songs from maybe 2, maybe 1. I don't know. Sports Center is pretty good though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say probably second favorite song from him.
What's Sports Center on? Mr. Beast the Road? Mr. Beat the Road?
And maybe. I didn't know he had it on the album.
Too Slippery?
Oh, Too Slippery's good too.
No, it's not on either of those. Oh, Twerk Song was already out on Too Slippery.
Yeah.
So Glorilla's on here as a remix.
Like, why did he release it?
Because it's got Glorilla.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it sounded forced, not gonna lie. Yeah, Too Slippery is probably like 3. My third favorite song.
What about Pillsbury Dlow?
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, Pot Scraper is 4. So, yeah. Let me see. Let me pull up my. Not that kind of top.
Can you just pull up your top 100 and see where your Boss Man Dlow songs are at?
Here, I'm gonna pull up my songs. So I'd say, Here, I'm looking at my. Okay, so Too Slippery. Actually, I'd say Sports Center is number one. PJ's two. Too Slippery's three. And then Mr. Pot Scraper. Did I have that here? I put that four.
Okay, I just turned the volume up and I'm going through the second listen again. Like That is pretty good. I like this one.
He's going through it. Okay.
Well, it just restarted playing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Why not?
Wait, let me go back to PJ real quick. Because I don't feel like I was listening to the piano the first time as much.
Yeah, PJ is definitely the best song on this.
Yeah, you like the crazy 808s too.
I like the crazy 808s. Like, give me.
Do you ever
give me
slow
highs,
it down
give
at
me
all?
lows.
Do you ever like listen to like
I
a Drake
love slow
song
downs.
like
Yeah, I love slowed.
No, I don't mean like slowed versions. I mean, do you ever like slow down your vibe at all? Do you ever listen to like a song by Drake that's like 8 a.m. in Charlotte, something a little slower? Something more
Passionate
chill?
for miles away. I love Drama and Passion Fruit by Drake.
Passion Fruit? Okay, yeah, iconic. But do you listen to any slow songs outside of Drake? Do you listen to any more? Would you listen to
Some of Tekka can be slow.
How many songs without an 808 do you listen to without Drake?
Over under is like 7. I don't know.
Oh, okay,
3?
so you really stick to your thing.
Yeah, I like what I like. You know, it's one of them things.
But you also don't like have lots of likes. You have just like the 808s are just like
yeah,
your music is
no,
just locked into 808s.
Yeah, it's pretty locked in. Like I'll listen to whatever, but like I mean I keep my like songs to 100. Like it's a pretty tight list. I don't know.
I feel like you just need to start loosening up your. You just need to like remember to throw on Spotify.
I use Spotify. What do you mean?
But you don't play it that much. You only had like 30,000 minutes listened last year.
Well, it was a lot of podcasting, but yeah.
But that's still I mean that proves your point. You weren't even listening to 30,000 minutes worth of music.
Yeah. No, I don't know if that's music, straight up music.
It's all of it.
It's all of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're all living life though, you know.
After we're done here, like how often do you just like right away I turn my speaker on and just start playing stuff?
Interesting. Yeah, no, I'm not that committed. Like after this, I'll probably maybe watch a YouTube video. Maybe play some games.
You'd rather go YouTube than music.
Yeah, like I'll listen to it like it's I'm a leisure fan. You know, I'll say it. What do they call it? Casual. I'm a casual listener. I don't. You know,
no, I just like
thankfully,
to know.
it's not how I make my money. So
no, I just like to know when to like people like listen to their music and stuff, like what their music schedule is.
Yeah. No, it's usually like when I'm working out.
I just go like every second I can, I just throw it on. Like why? Yeah.
And I guess mine is high pace because I usually listen to music when I'm working out or when I'm trying to get myself hyped for like a workout or during Frisbee or something. So that's why I do favor, or I'm trying to get myself hyped is usually when I'll listen to my music. Like when I'm trying to chill, sometimes I'll listen to my instrumentals, but yeah, it's almost always to get hyped.
But I'm trying to think like Metro, does Metro have any like, he sticks to
Metro
trap
has
a
some
lot.
good songs. Yeah.
So Drake would be the only one that goes the R&B route that I feel like you kind of lean. I guess Tekka, like you were saying, gets a little melodic at times as well too.
Yeah.
But when you're playing video games, you don't throw on music or anything like that? What about when you're
No,
cooking?
I usually listen to podcasts. Or I have some YouTube thing going. Or TV shows.
You're listening to like...
I'm watching a lot of TV shows.
You're listening to like three guys.
They're just what?
Oh, so TV shows. Okay, so TV shows.
Yeah. Like I'm still up with Skeleton Crew. You know, we got to keep up with whatever Disney's pumping out.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you're on the TV. I got you. Skeleton.
Yeah, we're on the TV
for sure.
Yeah. So and then also I need to go back. I need to watch The Penguin. I've heard it's good. I've heard that's been out. I just finished watching Better Call Saul. That was like 7 seasons. It was a whole lot. It was a really good story. Really well told. Whole lot.
Wait, so you don't listen to music while you watch TV?
No. No, because the TV has music in it. Like what? I want to hear what the
Do you ever watch
filmmakers doing.
music
So
while you watch games?
no, not that much because I'll
Because you're on
usually
TikTok.
I'll be watching. No, so usually when I'm watching games, if I'm really into it, I'll just have it on my phone or something. But if it's something I'm not like super in, I'll like watch it and play video games. Like I very
Oh.
much am a gamer, yeah. So I've been playing like so right now I've been playing Dynasty, but before I was playing like the Star Wars Outlaws. I was grinding that out. And then the new game that's out that I might recover my Xbox for, Indiana Jones. People are saying the new Indiana Jones game is good. It's the beginning sequence is like linked exactly to the beginning of the Raiders of the Lost Ark. And then there's a lot of good features in there. So I'm very excited to play the Indiana Jones. Of course, Xbox made their one of their studios made it, so it isn't on PlayStation. It won't be for a little bit till the spring. So I'll have to be patient. But yeah, no, I'll be if I have like something I'm watching casually, I'll just play video games.
See, what about a song like Out the Mud? That doesn't
Out the
necessarily
Mud.
go. No, I guess
Let me
Boss Man's
put it
going pretty
on.
crazy on all the bass.
He
But
said,
like,
"Wait a minute."
I'm just trying to get like a vibe. Like, is this a vibe that you would go with? Because this is, I don't know if this is his. This is like him relaxing a little more. I don't know if you'd play this
Yeah.
during a workout necessarily.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's not necessarily a strongest cut off the album. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, that's all right.
so you wouldn't go for like that type of. I'm trying to think of what would be a good.
Nah,
And obviously, you don't like Kendrick because of the beef. So you're
I
probably
mean Kendrick's all right. I think he's good.
so you're out on Cole as
I
well.
saved quite a
too.
few. No, we're not out on J. Cole.
Yeah, so maybe Freddie Gibbs is a no go. No, I don't think Freddie Gibbs is a big 808 guys.
We'll give him a shot.
I don't think he's gonna hit. It's unfortunate, but
You're not gonna hit. Who knows? I mean, they every once in a while, there's some nice songs I'll listen to.
what
We'll
about
give him a try. See, Freddie Gibbs.
what about Lil Wayne? You like Lil Wayne?
I haven't really searched him out. 1985.
Yeah, 1985 is
Pretty good.
iconic. Pinata's iconic. Bandana's iconic.
Yeah.
What about? I guess you said you like Don Toliver. Don Toliver sings a lot.
Yeah,
He
he's
gets a
all
little
right.
singy.
Sing-songy. Sing a song.
Wait, were you a Posty guy at all?
Yeah. Yeah. Post Malone. Stoney was really good.
Yeah, Posty's okay.
And then he went country, and I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah. But I bet you're not all like there's people that, of course are like Posty's the guy.
Yeah,
Posty's
exactly.
the one. But he would be
Man.
a little more like sing-songy. And Snoop, you
Yeah.
said, was not in your rotation at all.
No. Well, you got some Snoop.
I mean,
Dogg.
there's a couple of Snoop, of course, that are gonna make its
Oh,
way
funny.
in. It's just what it is.
That's funny.
Travis. Wait, so do you listen to like Kanye has like 808s and Heartbreaks or like Yeezus? Do you ever listen like Bound 2? Do you like a song like Bound 2 by Kanye? That might be a song that you could play during a workout, but I think you could play that during a lot of other environments.
Bound to. Interesting.
That's a hit. That's like you'll know that song when you hear it.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm trying to think of other good ones. Do I need to start making Sam a playlist of songs? See what he goes for?
Maybe. I'll listen. I mean, we have the podcast playlist, right?
Do we? True. Should we update that? Should we
Yeah,
get that? Should we get that little update, people? My bad.
get that in?
That might be a little late. It's just what it is. But we need to expand your, because I feel that too with like there's a type of music that I like at the end of the day, if I had to pick one lane of song, like I'm picking that lane of song. But
Yeah.
I also just like am trying more to like, branch out and appreciate everything as
Mhm.
well too. Like it can, like everything is good in its lane and what it's going
Yeah,
for.
exactly.
So yeah, maybe I'm not always
Freddie
gonna
Gibbs sound good.
maybe I'm not always
I
gonna
mean, I don't-
queue up everything, but at least I'm trying. I'm listening.
Yeah, like I like lots of I like classical music too. So
Oh, so you
I
go
like
way back. You listen to either
yeah
Boss Man Dlow or Beethoven.
yeah pretty much
That's great. I love that.
Vivaldi. I like some. So it ranges. It ranges.
It's just honestly whatever mood I'm in.
2024 or 1424. It's one or the other.
Exactly. They got to pick one.
Will it be now or from a lifetime ago? But anyways, oh geez, I didn't even see the time. I think I have to go. But
Yeah. No, we do got to go. Even though Booker, he does cook at Utah.
how much time was
It's like
left in this
most
game?
points at Utah. He has had 59. He has the number 1 and number 6 most points ever scored at Utah, I guess. 59, 48.
Do we
by an
have time
opposing
to
player,
finish
I'm guessing.
this?
We'll see. I don't know. 6-point game.
5:30 minutes. Oh man.
I don't know. KD might kick us all out though.
6 minutes, bro. I don't think I have time. It just is what it is.
Is what it is.
It is what it is.
But
We
good
did it,
connecting
people.
with ya.
We did it. Follow us on Instagram. We're on the social platforms. Spotify.
Shout out Wettengale.
Shout out Wettengale. Call in. Tune in.
Whoa.
Tune into the next one because maybe Will Wettengale will be here. Just you never know, people. Every new live stream is a new opportunity for Will Wettengale to call in. So we're at the Rem and Sam Pod on the internet. I gotta run, but shout out Boss Man Dlow. Shout out Snoop. Shout out. Wait, is Devin Booker going off again tonight? Is that why they
Maybe.
put that up?
KD's going off with him.
I guess you mentioned his stats earlier. But either way, we'll be back this weekend, people. Stay tuned. Thanks for jumping on.
We'll see.